Those who survive know the one more time. viewership, selling sex to a mother bar. Sometimes I feel magic that I manage to fuck up somehow. Getting drunk, getting drunk, getting drunk. Do you believe in magic? Do you believe in magic? Do you believe in magic?
but we couldn't care less. We seem to have the time it took. We used to have our things in place. Now reel me in, I've gone too deep. Forgotten what you used to say. Do you feel it? We used to feel this. Do you
more. Here we go, 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 go. You're easy to remember, so hard to forget. Baby, it's a coward way you strut. How could I not worship every inch your feet have touched? Baby, run away with me. You kill it lonely. You make my eyes unsee all the crazy. You make my heart believe there's only one of you, baby. Run away with me. Don't leave me lonely. You make my eyes unsee all the crazy. You make my heart believe. There's no more clouds on the freeway. Now tell me you'll stay. Gonna now and last someday. Here we go, go, go. Rose bed, fancy hotels, girl, you know. Baby, run away with me. You kill it lonely. You make my eyes unsee all the crazy. You make my heart believe there's only one of you, baby. Run away with me. Don't leave me lonely. You make my eyes unsee all the crazy. You make my heart believe. And we'll stay in bed all day. Make love in every way. Baby, run away with me. You kill the lonely. You make my eyes unsee all the crazy. You make my heart believe. Oh, baby, run away with me. Don't leave me lonely. You make my eyes unsee all the crazy. You make my heart believe. You make my heart believe.
Today is the beginning of the end and the start of a new beginning. Time has come to refine yourself and let go of the demons in your head that have held you in captivity for so long. It's time to flip the page and prove them wrong. It's time for rebirth. Yeah, time's up to say goodbye to all the haters, doubters, and non-believers trying to bring you down. In the blink of an eye, you'll realize that there's so much more to the book than the page you were stuck on. Finally, you will feel free to live a life you love living instead of the life you think other people want you to live. Remember, you're the highest authority when it comes to knowing what you want and what you love. So stop trading yourself for the approval from others. Ladies and gentlemen, weirdos and geeks, please repeat after me. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a I don't give a fuck. 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 It's time to start doing the right thing. So trust your instinct. Stop listening to others and own your decisions. People will always tell you what to do, people how to live. So let's create space for what matters most to you. You'll be glad you did. Now start claiming your time and your mental well-being by saying no more. No more. Say it loudly and proudly. In other words, fuck you. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck.
Target acquired.
Eagle 1, first strike. You have permission to engage the target.
Warning: the following video contains explicit language which may be offensive to some viewers or inappropriate for children. The content within this video is intended for mature audiences only.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, here I am back again, second time today. Not for debate tonight. I couldn't do the topic tonight. It's just too much. It's just too much BS, and I just couldn't do it. So I was going to have Moonlight on. I haven't heard from Moonlight. I'm not sure if she is in my Discord or not. I've been looking. I've been checking. I haven't seen anything back and just I keep going back and forth on this. So I'm not really sure if Moonlight, if you're here, then show up, and if not, that's fine. We'll give you a few minutes, and then we'll try and get somebody else up. Beth, you're welcome to come up. Moonlight, the way you do that is you go to my Discord. So I have kind of a different way of doing this. So the first thing is that I don't just let anybody up. So the way that you get, and I'm posting a link now to the Discord. There's the you guys are distracting me. All right, so you go to the Discord, you join the Discord. There is a room there called the waiting room. You go in there and you say, hey, I want to come up on stage. And the mods have the link, I'm pretty sure. If not, I'm going to make sure that they do right now, because I sometimes do forget to give them the correct link. But they now have the correct link for tonight's show. And then you can just come on up, and that's it. So if you want to do that, great. I'm going to give Moonlight another few minutes to show up. She seemed very excited to do the show, but hey, it's the internet. People say things all the time that are not necessarily the truth. So it is what it is. So anyway, it's going to be a good show no matter what. And then maybe I'll hop over to the Raging Tomato, but I don't know that I'm interested in that dumpster fire over there either. Or what it's going to be a dumpster fire, guaranteed. So we'll just play it by ear tonight, guys. Hopefully we can have some guests, we can have some people on. It'll be a good show. I know that normally Monday night is debate night. Unfortunately, I think tonight's going to be dumpster fire night, and that's okay, because every now and again, one of those is just fine. It's okay. It's fine. It's okay. All right. She's scared. Seeing who she. Okay. I mean, hey, look. People. It's fine. I don't hold grudges or anything like that. It's the internet. It's fine either way. Welcome, Devin Anderson. I see you out there. I'm going to recognize all the people who came in early and listened to the audio track. I go back and forth between the video and audio tracks. I need to make a new video track. I just have not done it. So anyway, first up tonight, the first guy in the chat was K2 Keep On Trucking, and the next guy was Because Race Car. Then Big Wheels showed up. Fredo Fonzarelli dropped in. Hope he's still in the house. He's a good guy. He's legit. I think I don't know if he's still doing his channel, but I hope he is. He was on to something there. So Because Race Car and I had a great conversation about, shockingly, race cars, because I am a race car guy. Mikey Balls and Naomi trotted on in, stylishly making their entrance together, as always. Wolfpack showed up. Good to see you, sir. Good to see you. Not familiar with Wolfpack, but he's been in here a couple of times. Hopefully we can hopefully he becomes a fan, comes in all the time. That would be great. And there's a yeah, there's a lot of good stuff going on. Warpig Gaming dropped by while he was on break. Hopefully he can hang out a little longer. And then we had ZD Din. It looks like somehow just another Canadian made it back in, and I can see him on this screen, not that one, because I do have him blocked because he insulted my friends in a very specific way that I disagree with. EOD 696 is in the house. Good to see you, sir. Always a pleasure. And he was on one night. We had a great time between him and Grumpelstiltskin. And so Damien, our parkour guy, showed up and showed out. So that's good. And then we get into, Fredo Fonzo. I already said Fredo dropped in. Yeah. None of this is Fredo. None of this song, none of the music I use is AI. It's all like real music. So Beth Mayhew, I'm not really sure how you say her name. Maybe we can get her up here and she can let us know. She, I think, is working on coming up if we can't get Moonlight on board. She apparently challenged Moonlight to a debate, and it's still ongoing. Let's see who else. ZD Den, obviously. Viking Paradigm in the house. Good to see you, brother. I might be able to get you. I may get you up on stage here a little bit too. I haven't had you on in a while. It'd be good to talk to you. Arthur Diet is in the house. We may get her up, her feminist but not feminist self up on the stage just to be cool like that. And who else we got? We've got a lot of people, man. A lot of people. Chairman of the board finally wandered in. Joseph Romano is made it. Stephen Akari is in the house. And wow, a lot of cool people, man. True Keys has made it back. Good to see you again, sir. Man, we are banging tonight. That's for sure. We got a lot of really cool people. Paige is in the house. Good to see you again. It's been a while since Paige has been on, I think, or at least that since I've seen her on. That doesn't mean she hasn't been on. It just means that I'm not paying enough attention. So, yeah, so that's good. Beth, El Shipo Dago is in the house. Good to see, and Raging Patriot. Good to see you, folks. Good to see you. Good to see you. Awesome. Very nice. Very, very nice. All right. Good to see all of you guys. Are we working on... I haven't seen Moonlight. I've been looking for her in Discord. I've been looking for her in the chat. I haven't seen a peep from anywhere. So Beth, if you want to pop into the Discord and into the waiting room, and I will, and we'll get a mod to get you the link. So, who uses a voice changer? What did I miss? You've been in and out. Not so much in chat. That's fine. There are some people that actually. It's actually really shocking that I do not actually. I do not. As many people watch the show live, a lot of people actually watch the show on the VOD, and pardon me, and it. Really, it's pretty interesting. I always thought that most people watch the show live, and but I was looking at my analytics the other day, and a lot of people actually probably more than watch it live, watch it later, or maybe they just rewatch it. I don't know. Jack M. Sheridan, good to see you, sir. Imperious, good to see you. We don't have Moonlight. Moonlight has not shown up, and it's I don't know. I'm watching the Discord. And maybe she's had something come up. I don't know. There's anything can happen. Old Joe is in the house. Good to see you, Old Joe. It's been a while since I've had Old Joe up too. Yeah, ZD Den. We've had literally literally, we've had every day, um, every single day, we've had multiple warnings, tornado warnings, power outage warnings. We've had it's been crazy. Yeah, she was here this morning, Beth, and she confirmed that she was going to be here. Um, he, she, I don't know, but anyway, um, it is fine. You know, look, it's the internet. People do weird things. So yeah. So Beth, are you in the Discord? I haven't heard anything from any of the mods or anything like that. I haven't had Naomi up on the show either, which is interesting because I think Naomi's been up on like every other show, and she's not been up on this show, which is very interesting to me. Um, but that's okay. That's okay. Saving the best for last. That's funny. That's funny. It's been an interesting few days. That's for sure. So after the drama we had the other night, you know, it was that was pretty interesting with the I Killed Earl lady. So Naomi runs from no, she just runs from you, Anson. She only runs from you because she's got Mikey Balls there. I mean, why wouldn't I mean look at him. He's half the man you are. Well, you know, he's only got one leg to stand on at least. Yeah, look at that. I missed out. I could have been debating Doobie tonight and destroying him and his worldview. All right, so how are we doing, Beth? Are you in the Discord? Have you figured it out? Have we got somebody giving a link? Anything like that? The interesting thing is, I thought Moonlight said she had joined the Discord, but I'm looking over my member list and I don't see a. I don't actually see. Um, I don't see Moonlight. I could be wrong. Let me look. Not seeing. No, no, there's no. I do see a lot of people we haven't seen in a while, so we need to get that going on. No, okay, all right. Well, unfortunately, guys, it's not going to be the show that I really wanted to have tonight. It's terrible, really terrible, but we'll soldier on. We'll soldier on. We're gonna make some stuff happen. ZDDN, no, it's not the first time I've ever been stood up by a woman. I've actually been stood up a few times. The interesting thing is I never really care. And True Keys is saying that it's a man. So, but you know, it is what it is. It is what it is. So yeah, what can you do? What can you do? Talk about the Wisconsin elections. Oh, you just sent her the link via Discord. Okay, cool. Well, I'll wait for her to pop up. I don't want to talk about the Wisconsin elections. Yeah, we'll do it. Maybe we'll talk about it tomorrow. What do you want to talk about the Wisconsin elections? They have same day registration. That's true, Chairman of the Board. That's really 10 Toes says my Sarah G senses are. Who is Sarah G? Arthur Dye, I'm not putting your second boyfriend up on stage tonight unless I really have to. Beth, it's totally cool. Don't worry about it. It's just a discussion. We're not going to debate. Sarah G is enough. Oh, wait. I do remember Sarah G. I think I remember that name from, I think I've seen that in the Crucible and on whatever. Interesting. Let me, hang on. Let me stand by me. Very interesting. Well, such it as it is. It's okay. It's okay, guys. It's okay. What's up, Phantasma? That's cool. Chairman of the board is in the house. What's up, Anson? How you doing?
What's going on? Can you hear me all right?
I can hear you all right.
Hold on, I got an echo.
Well, don't
There
do
we
that.
go.
Don't do that.
Yeah. Grid. I just got a link and I was like, I got a link. I'll come up and chat with you for a minute because one of your mods, thought I should come up and chat. And you seem to be struggling because you got stood up by that chick that's Imperious. That's a shame.
Is that Imperious?
Yeah,
Is
it's
Sarah
gotta
M
be.
Imperious?
The way she was sounding all like, red pill and stuff. There's no way that was. I've never heard a woman talk that red pill in my entire life.
Hold on. So I think wasn't Carolina Girl? Didn't she start some crap with Josie at one point? This is interesting now. This is interesting. But anyway, I'm not really struggling. I was just kind of like, I'm waiting for Beth to come up, or if Beth comes up, I don't know. She doesn't have to, but it would be nice if she did, just so we could have some discussion tonight other than you and I.
Yeah, I don't like talking to you either, Grid. Get Beth up here. Let's just, let's.
Yeah, right. There's, so now I lost my.
Now I can only be up here for about 30 more minutes because my stream's starting at 9. So
yeah. You're breaking down that debate between Fatty and I
Killed Earl.
I Killed Earl. Thank you.
Yeah. I'm gonna point out all the technical stuff, the nerd type stuff, the fallacies and the rhetoric and the techniques that were used.
But who do you think had logic and who do you think had rhetoric?
Bloodsport debates are different. If you're not accustomed to doing them, then when you walk into them, you think that you're just having a good faith conversation. And I think that's how I Killed Earl came into it. She thought it was going to be a good faith debate, but Fatty is a Bloodsport debater.
Yeah.
So he yelled the entire time and repeated the same thing over and over again and acted like a jerk, which is how you do Bloodsport debates.
To some degree, sure.
Yeah. And so there was a mismatch in terms of technique that was used. And Fatty does it. So they're both, leftists from my perspective, both Fatty and I Killed Earl. Fatty, very much an anti-capitalist, but I'm
really shocked, honestly, that you, hello, Beth.
Hi, guys.
Okay. Just stand by. Just relax. Be calm. I know, you said it's your first time. It's okay.
Yeah.
We're talking. We're starting talking about some other drama. We'll get to we'll get to all the drama tonight. Unfortunately,
Look, I have like no ill will in this. I'm not one of those kind of people. But it's like she wants to talk so much. It's like, okay, let's talk then.
I think this is a modus operandi for that character because I'm pretty sure. I'll have to ask Josie but I'm pretty sure that Carolina Girl had some drama with whatever at one point, or through the whatever chat. I don't pay enough attention to drama because I'm a dude.
Also, she's been going after Paige really hard, and she went after Rachel Wilson.
I think I've had Paige. If it's the Paige I'm thinking of, Paige has been up here before, has been on my stream before.
Yeah, she's with the Crucible, and like she came after me. I'm like a really bad DV victim, and like she said that I deserved what my husband did to me. Yeah.
No.
Yeah,
we were just talking about somebody like that. Give me one sec. $9.99 from Agropolis. I have arrived late, but I'm here. Thank you, Agropolis. Good to see you. Yes, I did not do my grift speech, but the grift must flow. So let's get the flow. Anyway, Jack is starting right out of the gate being a jerk. Rule number 1 is don't read the chat, because the chat is mean and the chat is angry. It's just how they are. Let me finish. Let me get Anson's here for a limited time. So let me kind of finish up. So Anson, I understand. Well, so I don't think Fatty's a particularly good debater.
He's not. No.
I think that I think VO Pod actually smoked Fatty into the dirt when they debated. But Fatty stacked the judge deck so that he did, that was just bad. VO Pod. Go ahead.
That's a feature of Bloodsport debates too. These guys have their own channels, and Andrew's really good at this. Like when he debates, he has his people go into the other channels and support him, and that's a feature of the Bloodsport style online. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, Fatty is. On the one hand, I kind of like Fatty, right? But he's like the red pill version of Wick.
Well, I don't know Wick, but all I really know about Fatty is that he constantly yells and repeats himself, and when he doesn't hear what he wants, he inserts straw men and anecdotes, and he's really, really devious about how he does his anecdotes too, because he makes them personal attacks at the same time. He asks you questions about your personal life and then uses those as anecdotes to attack you and straw man. And it's really, really, it's very effective because it puts you into an emotional state and you can't think clearly.
Yes. Yeah. But on the other side of that, I mean, I've not seen any of that debate, so I have no presuppositions, preconceptions, anything. But on the other side of it, I don't see Earl being particularly effective at debate.
Well, I mean, some people don't have the right temperament for Bloodsport debating, right? I mean, she'd probably be really good in a one-on-one conversation if it was very civil. But I don't know about Bloodsport debating. I mean, it's hard for me to do Bloodsport debating because I'm not accustomed to that style either, because, I mean, people will just say horrible things about you a lot. Yeah,
I mean, no, well, I mean, so the thing about Bloodsport debating is that I don't like a lot of the debates that I've won, I've never had to raise my voice because I can make the other person look like an idiot, right? It just depends on what's the most effective technique at the moment. If you're a one-trick pony, like I actually consider Fatty to be a one-trick pony. You were right. He has one thing. He yells a lot. He says the same thing over and over again. And he throws these ridiculous hypotheticals at you. And then when you call him on it, he just pivots and starts over to do the same thing again. So, but I disagree that, we have another super chat, $9.99 from Agropolis again. Beth, how do you say your last name?
It's Mayhew.
Mayhew. Okay, thank you. Beth Mayhew makes some badass sandwiches. Ask her. Okay. All right. I don't know. Maybe she does.
That felt like simping.
Yeah, it kind of did, but not from Agropolis.
He's a friend. He's a good friend. He's a nice guy.
All right, good. I'm glad he's a friend because that seemed a little simpish. But see, I don't know why I Killed Earl would have a debate with Fatty. That seems not smart.
I think
And
it
I
was
don't
the
see why-
result of a. It was
I
the
can
result
see
of a
why-
prior panel.
I'm sorry.
It was the result of a prior panel
I got it.
conversation.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't see I Killed Earl being able to actually debate. I think she could have a conversation and exchange, and agree to disagree on things. But she wears her heart far too down on her sleeve to be any kind of conversationalist.
Yeah. Well, I was more interested in the mechanics of the debate and the rhetoric used and the fallacies that were thrown around, because that was fascinating to me.
Yeah.
To analyze all that, not necessarily the positions held, because I didn't really agree with either one of the positions they held, and so it was really irrelevant from a go team.
You only agree with her boob size, Anson.
I'm not really a chest guy. That's never been my jam, So I don't know.
Not your jam.
No, that's not really
hair.
Yeah, I mean,
it's hair.
Fun bags are fun bags. It doesn't matter what size they come in.
The idea that she might stab you in your sleep.
That's a bonus. Those
all right. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's unfortunate you're going to do that tonight, because I would actually, I enjoy breaking down debates as well. But maybe another night. So.
Yeah, man. Well, hey, I'm gonna let you go. I've got to hop on over there. I'm gonna let you talk to Beth, and it's good to see you, Beth. I don't know who you are, but you look like you're gonna be interesting. So
nice to meet you. Nice to meet you for sure.
All right, that was Anson Knowles, ladies and gentlemen, the man, the myth, the sometimes legend. All right, so Beth, give me some background other than what I read in the chat on this Moonlight. So I'm gonna. Here's the deal. Okay. Moonlight appeared in my chat Friday or Saturday, and participated. Very vocal. Did some super chats, all of those things, and so I asked for people to come up as I did you. I think Anson was on that night as well, and we were discussing it was Saturday night, and we were discussing the I Killed Earl debacle. She had some input on that, and whatever. So yesterday, I said, we were having. Sorry.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Something in the chat. I was just saying, letting Paige know I see her prompt.
Don't forget the TikTok intel. Okay.
Yeah, it's big. It's big.
Okay. And so, but again, I didn't know. I don't know anything about her really. She seemed to be relatively normal, and so she was going to come up. She was going to come up Saturday night, and for whatever reason she couldn't, and I'm like, okay, that's fine. And then earlier today, or no, I told her she could come up, or she said she couldn't come up because she was out to dinner or something, and but she could come up. Well, originally Sunday, and I'm like, I don't stream Sunday, so she said she'd come up Monday night, and I said okay. Normally, I debate on Monday nights, but the topic of debate tonight over on the Reverie is just Orange Man Bad. It's the worst I've ever seen in my life. I read it earlier, and it was terrible. And so, and then she was in the audience today. She was like, "Yep, I'm going to be here. I'm going to cam." And I was like, "You're going to cam up?" And she's like, "Yep, cam up." And actually made a $20 bet with Anson, which is why he's beating Feed out of here. That would, I think, I don't know if it was that she wouldn't show or that she wouldn't cam up. One of the two. I forget what it was, but so somebody owes somebody $20. All I know. And so That's where we're at right now. And of course, you know, I was here on time, every time, as always. And the well, yeah, Angel Berber's like apparently she was Moonlight was exposed. That's interesting.
Yeah, by me.
Yeah,
By me.
by you. Okay.
Yeah.
And 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 so I think before you get into your stuff, so there was a last year. Oh, wait, got a TTS coming through. Nope, no, it's not going to TTS. $9.99 from Agropolis again. No simp, just a joke. Beth is great. Help me through a few dark moments. That's awesome, Beth. Good for you. Just appreciative. Want to clear that up. I'm gonna actually show that. Where's my mouse? There we go. We'll throw that up there on the screen for a few minutes. And that's awesome, Beth. Good for you. And so last year there was an incident with this Carolina girl person who I think was harassing Josie or somebody. I don't remember all of it, and I can ask the whatever folks and they'll tell me. But at any rate, because I don't pay attention to a lot of the specific dramas. So so if you want to pick it up from there, that's great. We don't have to dive too deep into the drama if you don't want to, but it's whatever you want to cover, go right on ahead.
I'll keep it kind of generalized. Okay.
Sure.
First of all, Grid One, it's awesome to meet you. I
thank you.
see you on stuff all the time. I'm in the Crucible. I watch whatever. So seriously, man, it's an honor to meet you. Thanks for having me up. Everybody who's with the Crucible, good to see you guys, especially Paige, Negripolis, and yeah, you guys are awesome. And so Moonlight, everybody is going to know her a lot better as Sarah G. Okay. And
I have seen that name.
Yeah, she's got like half a dozen and she switches through and we can tell it's her because she always says the same things over and over. And she does a lot of personal attacks. And I mean, it was one thing like at first, everybody, especially in the Crucible, it was like, just blow it off, ignore it. But she took it really too far. And I'm not going to go into what she said, but it was bad. And then it turned into her running. She got kicked out of the Crucible, in fact.
Oh, wow.
And so, I don't know. I'm sure everybody remembers Andrew was trying to do TikTok invasion last week, and it failed. His TikTok failed. I had stuck around in TikTok because I was like, well, I'm up, I'm doing stuff, you know, and I'm not some big debater, but I like to have good conversations. I'm learning, I'm learning a lot. And I was on a panel that I go to all the time, and this woman popped in there, and another woman was like, oh, just to warn you guys, that chick seems to show up at a lot of places that I go to, and she starts a lot of drama. And I started noticing stuff she was saying, and I quickly took a screenshot because the picture looked real familiar and passed it on to mods and was like, hey, is this who I think it is? And sure enough, it was her. But my TikTok handle, nobody's going to recognize it as me at all. You'd never make the connection. But she was running her mouth. She, the host, made all of us get on live camera. So I've seen her on camera. And it's a huge catfish she's pulling. As a matter of fact, I mean, she's got like her Sarah G, Moonlight pictures on her profile with regular pictures. It's not some big secret if you know who you're looking at. And I'm not here to dox her.
No, I'm not going to investigate any of this. It's only interesting because showed up the other day. I would have been happy to have her on. She could have talked. It would have been fine.
We got into it in that TikTok because she was really just kind of out there and she kept interrupting the host. And finally, like, I had it and I kind of scolded her like a little child. And I just told her outright. I was like, know your place, woman. Stop interrupting this man. That you're being rude. You need to knock it off. And she dropped down to the comments and kept talking smack. Well, the next day, once everything was confirmed that, yeah, that was Sarah G, I immediately was like, hey, let's debate. Especially because she had been really complaining about men in relationships not doing enough to really kind of support them. And I'm very anti-feminist, so let's have at it. She's been dodging me left and right. Last night in the whatever chat, she started trying to say she doesn't know me. And it's been a mess. But yeah, so I actually know who the real Sarah G is. I've been trying to get her to debate me since the 28th.
Okay.
And she won't do it, which is sad because I'm not out to be rude. I'm not out to hurt her. I'm not, I would come to it with every ounce of integrity that should be had.
Angel Berber, are you saying that you dimed her out? Is that what you're saying? That's the kind of baller, actually. I wondered how. I was like, I've seen Paige has been here before, and I think Paige has actually been up on the show once before, or maybe it was on another show. But I was like, I've never seen Beth in here. I would remember a Beth. That's not a particularly normal handle, and I was like, I don't remember that. I have a really good memory for names and stuff like. I mean, not names to faces, but names. And I was like, I know I haven't seen that handle in here before, so I was like, we'll see what's going on. I got you. Thanks, Paige. Appreciate that.
Yeah, I was cleaning my house and just about to sit down with the dog for a few minutes, and Paige sent me a message, and I was like, wait, she's going on. Wait a second. She's going to dodge me, but then she's going to go be on an unreasonable man. Nope, I'm going. So,
well, I'm glad that you're here. I'm glad that you're here.
I was hoping to catch her and put her on the hot spot, but she's not going to show up. No way.
Well, not now for sure.
Well, did she go on camera for you like I am right now?
Well, no, yeah, she didn't come up on the. She didn't. She was just in the chat earlier. So she was. Yeah, she was just in the chat, and it was, just. It was one of those where it was like she was kind of saying some interesting stuff and was talking about the I Killed Earl thing and had a pretty reasonable take on, that. And there's some other stuff. And so it was like, well, yeah, we can.
I'm not even familiar with the I Killed Earl thing yet.
Well, so the other night, I Killed Earl, who is this lady, who is she's a leftist. I don't think she wants to admit she's a leftist, but pretty much full blown left. I mean, I think maybe she says that she is left leaning or whatever, but I think she's full blown leftist. And so apparently she writes these really cool blogs. And Anson comes to me the other day, who's just on here, and he says, hey, I think you got to have this person on. And I'm like, sure, set it up, whatever. I don't care. And well, I got to be honest, Stephen, I originally thought I Killed Earl was a dude, because that's kind of the thing. That's kind of a way a trans would relate to, being, going from man to whatever. Anyway, so I Killed, I Killed Earl came on, or pardon me, Anson set it up. I Killed Earl came on. The whole time I'm getting told that there's, that she's really apprehensive about coming on a right-wing show, and that I'm not, I'm not a nice person and is afraid of being bullied and all this stuff. And I'm like, well, I don't bully anybody, I mean, I can't, if you come at me, I'm going to come back at you, but I'm not, that's not my style. And so it settled down. She showed up, which was good. We started, and I told him, like, look, we're just going to have a good conversation. And we started back and forth. She really didn't like the way that I called her on her feminism. And
they never do. They never do.
She didn't like that I called I called. Well, she didn't like the way I said Camel Toe's name as Kamala instead of Kamala or whatever. That was interesting, and she really didn't seem to like that I would that I said that all women should truly hate Kamala for sleeping her way to the top. If all feminists, if you are a feminist, you should hate a woman that sleeps her way to the top, right? And well,
Yeah.
she's like, no, Kamala didn't do that.
Yes, she did.
And she's like got all of this supposed proof, and I'm like, I don't know what to tell you. I was in the Bay Area when she was running for DA, and that was one of the biggest things that she had to overcome was this factual evidence that she had been sleeping around on her husband with Willie Brown, which I understand that the official version is that the affair ended like in 87 or 90 or whatever fuck it was. That's not true at all. That didn't happen that way. They're probably still knocking boots today for all I know.
Probably.
But, and I said, well, you still haven't addressed Montel Williams, who obviously was after she got married, right? And so although she did try, I think she did try and say that Montel was before she got married, but it doesn't matter. I believe Montel was also married, and supposedly that the time that and she's like, and Willie Brown was only married on paper only, right?
Yeah.
So I'm like, look, I mean, whatever you need to, whatever you need to sleep
feel
at night.
better at night.
Yeah,
After
whatever
he
you need to
leaves
sleep.
and goes home to his wife, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Anything to soothe those fifis.
Right. And but I'm like, if you are a true feminist, how can you not call out a woman that sleeps her way to the top? Right? And then she have and I'll get into this in a second. I want to welcome Kissy Cat to the chat. I don't pronounce the OXXO thing. That's stupid. But she has him on her name. So Kissy Cat, welcome to the chat. Good to see you out there. It's one of my favorite people on the internet so far is Kissy Cat. What's up, Lord of Pies? Good to see you. Lord of Pies and I, Wonder Dog, is also another handle he goes by. He's actually, even though we don't agree on everything, he's still good people. So welcome to the show, guys. Welcome. I'm glad to see you drop by. So getting back to the I Killed Earl thing, where all of this kind of stemmed from is I gave the example of I told my son when he was 12, and up until that point he had never like ridden the bus or anything like that. So he starts riding the bus to school every day in 6th grade, and I'm like, hey, gotta tell you something. Never be alone with little girls. They will lie and they will get you in trouble. And really never be alone with 2 little girls because they will lie to cover each other. 100% guaranteed. And she took offense to that. And I mean, this is just the fucking truth. All women should know this. Like every woman on the planet should just cop to this because that's the way it is.
I have a 16-year-old son, and I taught him the exact same way. Don't ever put your hands on girls. Don't be alone with girls. Don't trust girls. And sure enough, his best friend like broke up with his girlfriend of like 8 months. Okay. And we're talking 16-year-old boys, 8 months with this girl. They broke up. Her mom somehow found out that they had been doing the deed. And so she turned around and said, no, he forced her. And they trashed his name all over our town. So, I told my son, I said, see, this is why I taught you that. Sorry.
Oh,
not sorry.
My son is rides to school on a bus every day. Now, here again, keep in mind, he's 12. Okay. And he has this program, this app on his phone that lets him, it's hard to explain. He gets to build and modify like firearms, like machine guns and stuff, right?
That's
And it's an
awesome.
engineering exercise because he can adjust the cyclic rate and he can adjust even change the caliber and all the and barrel length, all that stuff. And it's kind of an engineering thing to just kind of see what happens when you change different parameters. But of course, when you push the button, it goes, you know, whatever, and it makes noise. And I told him, I'm like, hey, don't play with that at school. That, you know, it's just the way things are right now. It's really weird. Who knows? And but he did. But he was on the bus one day, and they, you know, these little girls talked him into like kind of point, you know, like taking his phone and, you know, like, and they videoed him doing that and said that they were scared. And they started calling him school shooter and all kinds of stuff.
God.
And yeah, he was like this close to being expelled from school. And
I'm so sorry for that.
And these were 12-year-old girls. They just thought it'd be funny.
I raised 2 girls, and I would have smacked the hell out of them if either of them ever tried. Like, I don't know. I taught my girls different than that, but you can't trust the way anybody else raises their kids, especially these days.
Right. And I told my son that. I'm like, look, I understand you have led a very charmed life. You have parents that teach you right from wrong. And up until now, I've taken you to school, brought you home. You're there. There's teachers around all the time. So up until now, you haven't really had a whole lot to worry about. And everyone's been your friend. There are going to be people that are not your friend in this situation. And so anyway, Earl thought that was ridiculous. That it's ridiculous that I would tell my son that. And like, and the fact that I said that, you know, all women lie. Like I mean, honestly, the more a woman tells me that the more a woman assures me she's telling the truth, the more I start wondering if she's lying about what and what she's lying about.
Tears too. She starts crying. You better look deeper.
And she's like, well, men. So she gave this really stupid. She sent me this response back. This is like a fucking page of text, and because I'm a very simple, plain spoken person. She sends me this wall of text about why I'm wrong and all this kind of bullshit, which I did read. I read all of it. And one of the things that she talked about was my overly simplistic and stupid viewpoint that all women lie and women lie more than men. I actually never said that women lie more than men. I just said that I believe that all women lie. I don't necessarily believe all men lie, but I believe that all women lie. And
I believe women lie more.
Huh?
I absolutely believe that.
And her justification. Her justification is that statistically men talk more, and therefore they obviously lie more.
Men talk more.
I'm not even making that up. I don't
believe that either. No. Women talk more, and they lie more, and they have way more emotional breakdowns and everything else.
Right, all of the things. Right
now, men might get more speeding tickets.
Oh, absolutely.
But women talk more and they lie more. I'm sorry.
Like, Arthur Dye is in shock right now. Somebody's gonna have to pick her up off the floor. Hang on, I got this. Let me. I'll read this.
Yes, please.
What finally made me leave the conversation was your simplistic, sexist, and asinine insinuation that women lie more than men. Despite research showing men talk more than women and thus have more opportunities to lie, based on your fifis. No,
wait.
I believe that there's evidence that women lie more than men, but I don't know. And she says, I honestly couldn't handle the stupidity. I don't think I was being as stupid. And literally every woman in the chat, every single woman in the chat that night was agreeing with me. Every one of them.
I even agree with you. And as a matter of fact, I don't know what study could ever say that men lie more, because here's the thing is men don't give a fuck about your emotions. And so therefore they don't lie as much. They'll tell you exactly what they're thinking because they don't care about how you feel.
I don't bother lying because it's too much trouble to lie. It's not worth the effort.
It's more work than it's worth, right?
Kissy Cat says her female privilege says no speeding ticket. No, that's your boob privilege. It's your boob privilege. We understand. We understand that you've got a nice rack. You don't have to keep telling everybody. I don't know that she has a nice rack. I'm just guessing that since she's talking about female privilege and speeding tickets. So it's just
Women have
natural. It's a natural, not assumption, conclusion. There you go.
I would argue that women get out of speeding tickets more using emotions than their boobs, and that's
Arthur Dyer just said that. Arthur Dyer
that's
just
for the simple fact that they start crying, and most men will automatically feel like, oh, I need to help her, because that's men's natural position. And a lot of they are benevolent. They want to take care of women. You got a crying woman in front of you, and it's horrible. I feel so bad for you guys. You're so manipulated.
I know. So Arthur Dyer, how does a redhead like you look scared and innocent? You literally wrote that right there. How does that even happen? I'm not sure that I don't think those words mean what you think they mean. So anyway. Yeah, when Andrew talks about using tears to manipulate, he's not wrong. Absolutely. Anson did not leave. He's in the chat. Arthur Dyer is admitting to lying by crying. That needs to be a t-shirt. Lying by crying. Oh, that's fucking awesome. I said try to look innocent. That's right. Yeah, you're a redhead. You can't do that. Arthur Dyer has been on the show before a few times, and she's the feminist. She's the anti-feminist feminist that claims to be anti-feminist and base, but is not.
See, that's what Moonlight was doing. She was trying to be like, oh, I'm so, based, and women should be traditional. But then 3 sentences later, it's straight up feminist propaganda. And it's like, girl, you don't even see it. You're a covert feminist and you don't even realize it. And that was my argument, was sit down and have a debate with me and I'll show you. Yeah. But yeah, no, she's not having it at all. She really said, I don't even know you. I said, that's irrelevant. You don't have to know me. All you need is an opinion and we can talk about it.
Yeah. It's very interesting because Arthur Dyer is not she has very base takes on a lot of things. But Andrew has actually called her the not so feminist. So she's feminist, kinda. Not really. Kinda. So
I get scared that I'd get labeled that way just because, I'm a single mom. I have a lot of stuff I have to take care of. And I end up doing a lot of men's work. I don't want to do the men's work, but I know how to. I'm an excellent plumber, by the way. So everybody is aware, because we had this argument in Crucible like last week. Yeah, I can fix pipes. But
that's a bold claim for a woman to make. It can be taken be taken out of context. So
oh my God, it can be. Yeah, clip that one. Yeah, no, it's strictly out of necessity that, I've end up having to take care of as much as I do, because I have to take care of things for my home, for my child that I still have at home, and sometimes that can tend to come off looking kind of like, a strong, independent woman, when really it's just like, no, out of necessity, I've learned how to take care of myself and how to do these things. I'd much rather make a man a sandwich while he's doing it. But
that's an interesting take. Arthur Dyer says that she said she was traditional because I'm thinking politically, religiously, and it was pointed out to me that having no children and a career is not particularly traditional. Yeah, kind of, but some people I'm not going to say you know, look, I think Arthur Dia that you've done well for yourself in life, but I think that you are missing things in life, much like Andrew. I think that you've missed out a little bit. And Anson should wife you up, but right now I think he's fascinated with I Killed Earl's boobies, or I thought he was kind of going after Moonlight, but since she never had a picture or anything, he couldn't get too into that. So
I could send you pictures of Moonlight, but
no,
I have
thank
to
you.
do
No,
it privately.
no. No one send me pictures of anyone. Thank you. We had a whole thing earlier today or yesterday about people sending nudes, and I was like, that's nuts. Why would you do that? That's dumb. Don't do that. Don't send nudes. But Grumpelstiltskin sent me an unsolicited deck pic, and the deck wasn't even his deck. Not dick. Deck.
I got you.
I was like, that was very
Did
funny.
it have a nice finish or something, or
It was a redwood deck, actually.
Oh, I bet that looked nice.
It was I got a little had a little bit of outdoor furniture envy.
I was gonna say,
that's what men look at, like, some bitch got a new deck. That's what men do. Lord of Pies, most definitely. So Cam the King, by the way, was the biggest offender apparently the other night when I Killed Earl was on. So and look, I understand you were a victim of domestic violence and all of that. Now, I Killed Earl. You can watch the show. So I'm not like throwing anything out there that wasn't said publicly on video. But she said, hey, that she was in an extremely abusive relationship with her ex-husband. He apparently defecated on her and committed marital rape and all of this stuff. And she was glad to get away from him. And then she moved across town and then eventually moved out of state. And Cam the King, being a dick, which is fine. There's no law. This is not a don't be a dick zone. The chat's the chat. And I told her, I'm like, look, when you're up here, don't read the chat. Don't do that. They're going to tear you apart. Just like Andrew says, and the chat is not a nice place. And Cam the King basically said that he thought that she was lying about the marital rape. He also said that because she was being kind of smart alecky, that he could see why he could see why she was used as a toilet or something like that. I don't remember the exact quote. And he said some other unkind things. And that, like, she just couldn't function after that. She's like, your chat is vile and all kinds of things and disgusting. And she thought that I should ban Cam the King.
It's your fault. Like, it's your fault. People are people. They're going to do what they want to do. You are not in control over these people. And you're right. Yeah, you can't look at the chat. I mean, look at what look at the chat on whatever. It's like, holy cow. It's very intimidating.
Yeah.
But it's not your fault.
Well, she thought I should have moderated it better. But here's the thing. Arthur Dia is right here.
You're supposed to have a conversation and moderate it at the same time.
I don't know. That's why I have moderators. And I trust my moderators. And if they had seen something, so the first claim was that it was TOS. Wasn't TOS. Second claim didn't even bump TOS. So anyway, yeah, and she bragged and she made comments about taking all of her husband's money, and she said it in a very braggadocious manner.
Yeah,
kind of like, yeah, he did this, but I got all his money. Not that exactly. I can't duplicate a female's expressions, but you understand what I mean. Yeah. And so it was, it was just, I made no excuses for Cam the King. Look, Cam the King, normally pretty nice guy, comes to the chat, very, very funny, says some good things. Used to send in super chats and stuff. I guess I don't entertain him enough anymore, and that's okay. It's free to watch, but he wasn't that far out of line, right? And I don't have a problem. And honestly, I don't have a problem with Cam the King. Cam the King is a nice guy. He actually, when I was in Vegas, he sent me money and a restaurant recommendation to take my wife out to dinner to. Well, that's a nice thing to do, right?
Yeah.
Like that's pretty cool. Unfortunately, I didn't have time to try that restaurant. We went to a different steakhouse, but it was, I intend to go back there the next time I can. So I don't understand, like, yeah, people can be mean. Nice people can be mean too. And if you do something, and if you incite the chat's ire because you're being a raging feminist in a literal traditional conservative red pill adjacent manosphere podcast, if you are surprised that the chat is trolling the fuck out of you, well, I just don't know what to tell you. I just yeah.
I think even no matter what you do, even if you don't go off saying some kind of crazy yes, there's going to be some people in there who are going to troll you, because there's people who just like to troll. What do you want?
Brian came on afterwards and trolled me hard for like an hour.
It can be fun. And I grew up around a lot of boys, and I get the whole snapping, there's a comeback for everything. Don't ever leave a shot open. Somebody's going to take it. But yeah, it's impossible for people to think that, that kind of thing isn't going to happen, especially because the internet is such an, even with all the mods you got, it's still an uncontrolled area.
So, honestly, Kissy Cat here comes in with a true feminist wouldn't want their husband's money.
When I actually I was given spousal support and I never collected a penny of it. I said, nah, no, all I wanted to do was prove my side of things in the divorce. And I'm not even the one who filed. He filed for the divorce, and I said, okay, now I'll counter. And even though I won, I never pushed a single thing that I ran or that I want out of the divorce. It wasn't worth it to me. I just wanted to, set the record straight, and that was that.
Yeah, and Chuck in Tennessee, who, by the way, does not always agree with me, and matter of fact, for a long time did not like me, is in the chat tonight. So welcome to you, sir. Glad to see you. We're both in Tennessee. Earl did. She wanted Cam banned. She thought I should have banned him, even though she then, once again, backed the story up and said, no, I never said to ban him, but literally, like, I literally have, I'm not going to post receipts or anything, but I'll certainly look it up. To where, where was it? I'm going to say, though, that Anson Knowles, he's the reason all this happened. And if he wasn't into crazy chicks, maybe this would have gone a little better. But so, anyway. So anyway, apparently, blah, 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 blah. So okay, she didn't say I should have handled it. Just said that I should have felt like I didn't moderate appropriately. But again, it's free speech.
Yeah.
Honestly, as long as it doesn't hit TOS, I don't care what anybody says. People troll me all the time. People come in here and say all kinds of fucked up shit about me. I don't care. I think it's funny, and I will make fun of them, and I will feed them to the chat and let the chat make fun of them. So, I mean, do so at your,
Mhm.
at your own peril. So that was interesting. Arthur Dyer says, yeah, if Anson wasn't into crazy chicks. Well, I'm glad you're starting to like me, Chuck, in Tennessee. That's good. But yeah, I mean, it's I do keep my chat as a true free speech platform. Like as much as it can be, right? Like we don't censor anybody, and if somebody's like disagreeing with me, I'll have them up on the panel because or not panel, but the up on the show, because why not? I tend to be, I try and be a cool guy. I don't know, maybe not. And no, Moonlight did not show.
Who's surprised?
And I'm not really sure why she didn't show. But we have Beth instead, and Beth. So Beth, what brought you to the Crucible, or and whatever, and all of that?
So I was actually up at we heat primarily with a wood stove, and
I did that when I was
so
a
I'm
kid.
up all night, kind of keeping the house warm for my kid.
Mhm.
And my phone just kind of plays what it plays, and it started playing clips of whatever. And the first one I heard, I was kind of like, what the hell is this guy talking about? Wow, he's kind of being rough on her. But then I watched another one, and then I looked at it some more, and I was like, hey, I'm going to watch a whole episode. And it happened to be one that Andrew was on. And from there, I was like, I got to check this out, because I really align with a lot of these opinions and these beliefs. And I subscribed to the Crucible, and I was like, what the hell? Jumped on in the chat, started chatting with the people over there, and you know, they're great people. Like, I'm so blessed I found everybody. Like, seriously, it's been really, really nice. And watching everybody stick up for me last night in the whatever chat against Moonlight was just like, oh man, y'all touched my heart. I felt well supported. And especially because, I don't do this kind of thing. I'm not very good with a lot of attention. I get bad stage fright. So,
Okay.
which is why I don't even want to see how many people are watching this right now.
Not many. I don't have a huge audience. You would think that I do, but I don't. I have a very small audience. I don't know why. I was growing, and it's an interesting aside. I used to have about somewhere between 80 and 100 people when I went live, which is for a show that's as young as mine is pretty good. And then it hasn't been too long, but I noticed like my audience basically got cut in half, and I had people complaining that they couldn't find the show, they weren't getting notified, all of these things. Now I did expect to lose some of my audience after the election, just because, and as the election got closer, because most of what a lot of what I talk about is political, some social, that kind of thing. But and I don't I don't dive super deep into a lot of the religious aspects, which some people do, and I don't, mainly because I'm not qualified. But so Arthur, YouTube doesn't notify you either. It's so strange. It's like I got at some point what Michelle told me that I was like soft band or something, and or whatever they call it, and it does seem to be the case. The audience has been growing back, but it's not where it was. I don't know why. It just isn't, which is fine. That's okay. I think the show gets better and better, to be honest, but we'll see. Yeah, YouTube unsubscribed. So I lost and it was very interesting. I lost 100 subs in like basically in like 24 hours. I was like, what? And
Just
I'm
out of
like,
nowhere.
just randomly. I lost 100. It was like, that's what kind of clued me in, is that shadow ban. That's what Michelle told me. And ZD Den wasn't getting notifications. She had to unsubscribe, resubscribe, and it basically, it was really strange. Like all of a sudden it's just like I went from having 80 to 100 people per show to having 30. And I was like, well, things happen. Maybe people are bored with me. And so I don't know. And I went from a B plus on Social Blade to a C. I don't know. It's just weird. It's just very strange. So, but yeah, it's anyway. So yeah, not as many people as you would think watch my show. So
It's still more like I'm kind of well, not kind of. I'm extremely introverted these days.
okay.
Especially I had a lot of stuff to work out for myself after my marriage ended, and I had to have multiple surgeries, and yeah, it was a rough few years. So I kind of got used to staying at home and recovering, and then it was like, okay, now I got a lot to do at home to fix up. And my ex still lives nearby, so I kind of let him have reign of the major town, and I just kind of do my thing and enjoy the peace and quiet. So even like I just turned my camera on TikTok for the first time ever. Friday night, the 28th, whenever Andrew's podcast went down. I've never turned my camera on.
Okay.
This is the first time I've done anything like this. Period. So
cool.
You might be like, oh, it's not that many. Oh, it's a lot for me. It's a lot for me.
All right. So, we were just talking about Fatty, and he's over debating on Raging Tomato. So that's interesting. He's debating the Furby. Oh my gosh. The Furby. So bad.
I've been shocked by some of the names people pick for themselves, but hey, more power to them. That's what he wants to be called.
Yeah.
But no, I'm sorry, Moonlight didn't. Well, I'm sorry, Moonlight did not show up tonight. Although I'm not surprised.
Well, I mean, I don't really care. So.
Well, if she ever actually does show up, you just make sure Paige sends me a link. I'll be here. Lickety split.
Okay. All right. Art to Die is unprofessional opinion. I should do maybe 1-2 less shows, spend the extra time producing clips and coming up with kick-ass show topics or debates. Maybe. Oh, Nat's in the house. Good to see you, Nat. Yeah, just stood up. Thank you.
He's lucky he got stood up by this one, though. Trust me.
That's okay.
Oh Lord, trust me. I've been on camera with this individual, and they need some help. They really need some help.
So Jack, here's the deal. I have had multiple people say that they will do clips for me. I've had people say that they watch the show and they'll be happy to, take notes, timestamps as to what could be used for a clip and all that. And I've had so many people say that they would love to help with the show, and none of it happens. Like none of it happens. I'll get like one clip. If I'm really lucky, I get one clip. And I've offered to pay, like, I'm like, I mean, nobody needs to work for free, but but nobody does it, man. It's, it's very interesting. It's very, very interesting how how it all works out. In honor of the Furby, I understand I understand you're not saying that you want to help, but it's just everybody's like, well, you ought to do this and you ought to do that. And I'm like, yeah, I would love to do that, but I'm not that guy, you know. So I would gladly Michelle is in the house. Good to see you. Michelle ought to come back up for the evening. You're working on Barbie Girl right now. That it was such a horrible thing to do. It's so bad. But that, it is what it is. I do know how to do the clips myself, but I have way more interesting things to do than watch my own stuff. Phantasma, I have something for this. Stand by. I've got this. I don't have it keyed up, but I will get it momentarily. Stand by. It is inbound, and let me gotta remember. And there we go. There we go. There's a Furby. There's that's what's going on with the Furby. Hang on, I made it a little too big. There we go. There we go. Furby trying to push woke shit, denounce it. He trying to get men and women to say they're cis, don't agree. Yeah, I'm not cis.
Oh my god. I will punch somebody if they call me cis. I am not even playing with that. I can't stand it. The whole gender ideology. I'm so burned out on it, especially because of the area that I live in, that like seriously, nope, I can't take it for 1 second. It's like, turn around, go that way, call me cis, I'll punch you.
So what's interesting is that the Furby, for whatever reason, wants to debate me. And I'm constantly like, no, I don't want to debate you. First of all, you're a completely disingenuous debater, right? Like absolutely the worst debater ever. Completely bad faith. There's no point in debating somebody that is so disingenuous. No, Furby is not Earl. I understand how you get there, but no, it's not. Yeah.
And yeah, I also refuse to do that whole pronoun thing that people ask me my pronouns. I'm like, what do I look like to you? Okay. I mean, we don't need help with this. Let's just move on. And when it comes down to people like that, though, who are really bad faith debaters and completely disingenuous, I actually feel really bad for people who are coming in and have put the time in to prepare for this debate, and they end up meeting some piece of trash who's just there to waste their time. So I think I think that when somebody starts a track of doing that, there should be like a penalty where like, okay, you want to debate, put $200 in the pocket, and then, if you're good about it, we'll give you your money back. But if you come just to troll again, forget it.
Yeah, I can see that. I just, the thing is that the Furby makes it all about the Furby every single time. Oh, look at Kissy Cat throwing out those memberships. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. That's an absolute win. That is absolutely awesome. Now we're going to hear it as the Streamlabs continues to announce that everyone's becoming a member. Good job. Good job. So Furby's all about the literally every single debate, it always comes down to it's all about the Furby. So that's why
main character syndrome.
Stage, yeah. And it's it's just it's just bad. I mean, and look, I don't mind, honestly. I actually don't mind for the most part. If somebody's bad faith, and I know they're bad faith, and I know that going in, and I just, it just is what it is. Okay, sure, no big deal. I get it. Everybody's gonna, everybody's got their thing, right? And, some people's things happens to be that they're going to, they're gonna lie. They're not lie, but they're gonna, kind of not be completely genuine. Okay, that's fine. But every single time, man, it's just so bad. And I can't deal with it, man. It's like, it's just terrible. There's no reason for it to happen. Fredo becomes a member. Awesome, buddy. Good to see you. Right. It's I'm sorry, who said that? Yeah, Devin Anderson, when you start making good points against Furby, he immediately starts attacking your character and just straight spurging the fuck out. Furby is a shitty debater. Yes. And I actually had I was on Sarah's one night, and they actually took a never mind, that's a different thing. I was over there, and actually they took a poll, and they did not wait, did Moonlight show up? Oh, Moonlight is here.
Hey.
Why is she here? You were late.
Yeah. Come on. I promised I would not be rude. I'm not here to be mean to you. I just want to have fun.
I mean, rudeness is only.
I have integrity. I don't treat people that way. And you can ask anyone in the Crucible. Like, yeah, no, I don't roll like that.
More gifted memberships? What? I missed something. Sorry, I am running a little.
Why is she here?
I have a lot of. No, it's. I know. I saw the gifted memberships. Are you coming up? All you got to do is go to Discord and go to the waiting room, and you get a nice shiny link. And you can come up. Anyone? $10 from Noah R. If you don't like this super chat, you're gay. It's probably true. $2 from Kissy Cat. We're having an official member drive, Grid. Unofficial member drive. That's fine. Let's do it. Let's do we need a membership drive for sure. We do need a membership. I like it. I like what you guys are doing here. Agropolis gifted some memberships. Why is that not showing up?
Is she run or is she coming up?
I don't see her. I'm watching the Discord as close as I can. I'm watching the Discord as close as I can, and I'm listening. I don't see.
Look, seriously, I wasn't even mean to her in the chat. Okay, I have no intention whatsoever.
Buddy, and listen to me. I can be mean. So.
I didn't know it was so intimidating.
Moonlight, are you still here? I'm digging I am honestly digging the membership drive. The memberships to me are like if I had like my goal honestly is to have like a really strong membership membership.
Absolutely. Keep it up, guys, for sure. Maybe it'll help Moonlight come up.
Yeah. Yeah, you do have to set it to get gifted memberships. So that is true. Yeah, Gropolis gifted 5 memberships. I actually really like Noah R's post there. He actually gifted, let's see, who is this? Effing Epic also gifted 5 memberships. Gropolis, did he give 10 memberships?
Alaska.
Disney Cat gave 5. Wow, we've got it going on.
Thank you, Angel.
Can who wants to post a link? Paige, can post a link to you can't because you'll get the bot will get you. What link are we what link are we talking about? Hey, Serene, how are you? It's been a while since I've seen you. Good to see you. All these cool people showing back up. It's a great night. It's a great night. You did 5 and then 5 more. Awesome, Agropolis. I appreciate that. Agripolis, actually.
See, Ron, I gotta check. See, now I have to check the chat. Oh, she's in the chat. So.
Oh, for Moonlight? You know what? Mods? I don't know which mods are in right now. Who's in right now? I think Raging Patriot's in. Mods, drop the link just for Moonlight, and then when Moonlight and Moonlight's the only one that can come up, give her when she comes up, we'll delete the link back out. So, I mean, I am a neutral debate platform. By the way, guys, if you ever do actually want a neutral debate platform, I am a fairly good moderator, and I am absolutely neutral. I don't really give a shit, and so but I'm very good at moderating debate.
Well, Grid One, if she's willing to accept my challenge, I would love for you to host a debate between myself and Moonlight. Like I said before, just for her comfort, I'll take whatever topic she wants, and that includes even if I have to hold a position that I don't agree with.
We'll have to debate tonight. We can
No.
conversation tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. This is just conversation. I wouldn't want either of us to be in a position where we're trying to promote or defend something that we haven't really prepared for. So no debate tonight, but if she's willing to nail down a date,
if you don't know super chat her gay.
That's funny. So he donated the $10, which triggers the super chats. By the way, guys, if you don't know, $10, not $9.99, but $10 triggers a super chat and is a very elegant English lady's voice.
Don't do it.
Don't do what?
Sorry, I have a dog who's being a pain. I have a husky, and he's being a pain in the ass.
I have a husky. She is not a pain in the ass. She's awesome.
My boy is spoiled, and so we also have a kitten, and the kitten wants to be best friends with my dog. And he's 5 years old, and kind of like, I'll tolerate you, but I don't like you laying on me or trying to give me baths. And so, like, and both of them don't like it when the other one's touching mom.
Yeah, my husky, she has a ridiculously high prey drive, and So small animals of any kind are kind of iffy. And she's killed. So about a year and a half or so ago, I caught her coming into the house with what was left of a rabbit carcass.
Oh crap.
And I took it away and I threw it away. I took it away from her and threw it away. No, she is not up yet. Moonlight, the link has been dropped. Scroll up. You can get you can get the link. But we've got to we got to get you in here if you want to come up. If you don't, that's if you don't want to come up, that's fine. But there's now understand that unless it's an actual debate night, this is the Continental. No business gets done. Nobody's getting taken out tonight. So, so my husky got really mad that I took this rabbit away. I threw it away. So then she started hiding them under the holly tree that we had, this massive holly tree we have.
Oh,
so we had to trim around the base of the holly tree up enough so that she can't hide anything there. She's obviously found another place to hide the rabbit carcasses, but we haven't found it yet because she will literally sit in the middle of the yard and wait for the rabbits to come out and then take
Alaska, come here.
do the rabbit thing. So
see, my dog Alaska, I've said since day one, he's like a fake husky. Like I live in New York. We get a lot of snow where I live.
You live in
he'll go out
upstate New
York. He'll go play in the snow for like 15 minutes and then he sits at the door literally shivering and whining because he wants to go back in the house. He's scared of the dark. If anything is falling from the sky, oh no, he wants no part of it whatsoever.
90 Zebras is in the house. Good to see you, man. Good to see you.
90 Zebras. Good to see you.
Yeah. So my husky will literally lay in the snow, roll around in it, doesn't care. I also have the honey-eyed husky, not a blue-eyed husky. So mine has the honey eyes. So I guess they say that they can see better in the dark, and or they just see differently in the dark. And she'll sit out in the yard and she'll just chill all night if I let her. But the only problem with that is she gets really muddy. So, and she'll start digging in the yard and things like that.
Oh my God, they dig so much. Holy shit. I have a
Mine
blue-eyed
stopped that
husky.
for now. Yeah. I told my wife that when Ghost, you're right. I told my wife that the reason that the dog that Annika, the dog's name is Annika. The reason that Annika was bringing the carcass into the house was that she wanted to give it to mom, that see what I did. And my wife was totally unimpressed with that. Absolutely unimpressed. I don't know that Beth is obsessed with you. But you're welcome to come up. I will not let it get too out of control. I've got my finger on the, kick you out button. So, whoever needs to be, if Beth starts being a problem, Beth can go away.
Absolutely.
So this is neutral ground. It's a Continental. No business done. It's a John Wick reference. But yeah, so anyway, back to the husky. My husky is hilarious. So my husky, so I have two kids. I have one 14-year-old, one 4-year-old. My husky thinks my youngest son is her pup, and just absolutely, you cannot do anything to that kid. I mean, I can, but nobody else. And my mother-in-law will try and pick up my son, and the dog will get between them, and will growl at them and bark at the mother-in-law. She's like, no. It's very funny. I think it's hilarious.
Alaska's that way with me. Like, if I'm mama, he won't have like nobody, even my daughter to a degree, like, because I have a 24-year-old daughter who's in college right now, and she'll come home, and the last time she was here, she was sleeping in my bed with me 'cause she fell asleep watching something. And we woke up because Alaska got up on the bed, came up between us, put all four legs against her, and just shoved her off the bed. We're like, nope, not having this. This is my space. And it's like, he definitely looks out for me.
I just really like huskies. This is my second husky. I've had shepherds. I've had other dogs. This is my second husky. I really like my husky, and my experience with huskies have all been, well, first of all, both of my huskies have been females, and both of them have been the maximum chill dogs. I take my dog to the vet, and they're like, your dog is like a lab. Like, it's so relaxed, it's just so chill. And I'm like, yeah, you know. And my dog is a gun dog. So when she was little, I took her to the range with me to a match, and we started her out in the truck far away, and then we moved the truck, and then we took her out of the truck, and then we put her back in the truck, and then we brought her closer and let her calm down in the truck, and then took her out of the truck, and we're shooting and all that, and and so eventually she'll sit. She'll sit right on the firing line and just not care. She just doesn't get scared at all, and doesn't care about thunder, lightning, none of that. He's pretty
Alaska doesn't either. He's totally good. Thunder, lightning, fireworks. And I've never had a dog before. My daughter got him as a pup as a present for me. Happy divorce, Mom. Yeah.
I can't keep up with these gifted memberships, guys. So I just want to recognize ZD Den, who has gifted another 5. Agripolis, whatever. Agropolis. I don't know how to say it. Agripolis. Yeah.
They're sorry.
He gifted another 10, and Kissy Cat has gifted another 5, and then I think ZD Den's done. I mean, I can't keep up. You guys have been killing it tonight. I really appreciate it. Thank you so very much. And I really do appreciate it. Moonlight, are you now? I don't think you'll be able to scroll up far enough to get to the link. So I need to know if you're coming up. I'll have the guys drop the link again. If not, let me know. Yeah. Is there any difference between male and female dogs when it comes to hunting? My experience has been the female dogs are much more aggressive when they're hunting. The male dogs are just chill. They don't care. To them, it's sport. They're having fun.
I think they found that with wolves, usually a lot of times the head female is kind of not like the pack leader but in a sense.
Yeah. Well, they
tend to be the most aggressive one.
Yeah. Yeah. Less than 3 entertainment. Well, I don't really have a topic for tonight. We were supposed to have Moonlight, who is in the chat now, come up, and we were going to talk. She was very, very late, so I had Beth come up. Beth volunteered to come up to some degree, pushed a little bit, still a volunteer. And,
it worked out. It worked out.
It did work out. We've had a really good show so far, and now Moonlight is in the house. She's welcome to come up. We just need to know, what's, if she's coming up or not. We can drop the link again for her and have her come up. If she doesn't want to come up, that's okay. So,
I mean, it's just friendly conversation. Yeah, there's really nothing intimidating about it. Like,
there's no debate gonna happen. There's none of that stuff. You don't feel comfortable? What's there? I mean, it's the internet. There's nobody gonna bother you. We're not bullying you.
Yeah.
Pardon me. I also, yes, Beth could drop down and you could come up. That's fine. I don't
Sure.
mind.
Absolutely.
Epic has now dropped 5 memberships. This is and the whole chat is going to be members. That's interesting. Yeah, wow. And why would you not feel? I agree with Steven. Why would you not feel comfortable? I mean, we're having a good time. This is
Yeah.
great. This is a great show. It's a great time.
It's good people. Like, I haven't seen anybody say anything absolutely horrific.
Well, this show is chill. The one thing about my show is that for the most part, unless I get wound up about something, the show tends to stay pretty chill. Jack, why
I
are
like
you
it over here.
So
I gotta say, on the
Jack
topic,
is Neo out there dodging those memberships.
I'm not even seeing it. I gotta say, on the dog thing, there's some people who live right up the road from me. They have solid black German shepherds.
Oh wow!
Oh my god, they're so beautiful. I want one real bad. Like, their next litter, I'm saving up.
I have a friend of mine in California. She's an interesting person in and of herself. But she has a white, what's called a Swiss Blanc German Shepherd, and it's like a really small number breed. There's only a couple of breeders in the world for them, and it's a beautiful dog, and they're like supposedly really, really smart because the average German Shepherd is not that smart. It's just very obedient. Huskies are not obedient, but really smart.
Yeah.
And so yeah.
My dog, he knows how to say. My dog actually has a vocabulary. I don't know about your husky, but my husky has legitimate word. He knows how to say no. He knows how to say I don't wanna. Like, and it's like, oh my god, what the hell? It's like having a 2-year-old.
They're trying to get Jack a membership, and he's just dodging them like Neo over there.
Oh man.
Michelle is back in the house. Yeah. Blue Bay Shepherd. My brother has a wolf dog that is mostly wolf and very, very little dog. So,
according to my dog's papers, like, I mean, I don't know. The AKC papers, when I got them, I was kind of shocked with it because it says that next to dad, in parentheses, it has Timberwolf.
yeah.
And then for mom, it's so and so is White Wolf. And I'm just sitting there like, so what exactly does that mean?
Yeah, my brother has a wolf dog that's like there's very little dog in that wolf, but it's a great it's a great dog, and just a massive dog too. This is huge, but it is what it is. So yeah.
I'm willing to bet those Bay Blues. Someone in the chat was talking about Bay Blue Shepherds. Like the ones that are up the road from me. I saw one outside one day, and I thought it was a wolf. Like, it was huge, solid black, and like they started breeding them. They've got like 4 or 5 adults right now, and like, oh my goodness, gorgeous dogs.
Moonlight, are you coming up? Anyone? Moonlight, you're still here?
If she comes up, I'll drop down so she can be more comfortable. I have no problem doing that. I'm not here to make her uncomfortable.
By the way, you guys don't have to be in the chat to get a membership. You can. Oh, you thought you said no? Okay. Well, if you don't want to come up, that's fine. It's unfortunate because
yeah,
that's fine. She's there to stalk someone. I don't think she's stalking you.
Listen, she talked to me first in the very beginning of all of this, and I was like really, really nice with her. Um, I don't go out of my way to be mean to anybody, and even when she had nasty stuff to say to me, I just ignored her because I'm way too old to let that stuff get under my skin. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Um, at
Yeah.
this point, it's just a matter of it's like, okay, I mean, eh, she obviously wants attention, and so I said, okay, I'm here for it. Let's do it. Why don't we have a debate? And like I said, I'm willing to do whatever topic makes her comfortable and happy. Even if I have to take a position that I don't agree with. Um, I see her wanting that attention, and I'd like to be a good person and help her realize her dreams.
So, did she agree to a debate?
No, she's
Like,
been
I don't
dodging
know
me.
you, Beth.
Yeah, she does know me. She's talked to me.
Oh, Smashly got a membership. Interesting. And the Joe Mobley show. The Joe Mobley
Yes,
show.
I know, Moon.
He hasn't been on in a while. He's doing something cool. So yeah. All right. So Moonlight, do you have any interest in debating Beth? This is insane.
Um,
Kissy Cat just dropped 20 gifted memberships. It's unbelievable. You gifted one to AB? That's funny. He hasn't been on in a while.
like Grid, I know she keeps jumping to the whole she doesn't know me. That's okay.
Well, yeah, I mean,
I'll grant it.
she's not
Let's say
saying
she
she
doesn't
knows
know me.
you.
It's irrelevant. It's totally irrelevant. I mean, I see her in chat all the time, every single stream. So, I mean, it's also an opportunity for me. I've never debated in front of anyone before. So, I think it would be a fun new experience for both of us.
I mean, look, you don't have to. I mean, I don't know. Maybe Moonlight's not a debater. I don't know. And Moonlight does not
Well,
have to
she
come.
was debating last night in the chat. She was using every single like abate term there was.
Oh,
And I mean, like it was like a big thing. Like she was going off about how I think it was Andrew B's logic was not whatever, and like she was yeah, it was all over the place. But
Serene.
she was talking like one.
Yeah. So Serene, here's the thing. I actually realized when you asked this that not everybody is up to speed. So I invited Moonlight on Sunday. But she couldn't come on because she was out with her family. And we said, okay, we'll do it Monday night when I debate. I didn't do a debate today. So Moonlight said that she would come on, and we actually set the time for her to come on at 8:00, and at Central Time. And 8:00 Central Time came and went, and she was not here. In the meantime, I had Beth and Paige. I know Paige. I did know Beth. I had not seen Beth before. Paige, I think, has been on my show once before, but she had some cell phone signal issues or something. And at the end of the day, I had to start the show. I started the show, and then I offered Beth the opportunity to come up. Beth said, "Okay, I'll come up," and somebody. I gotta have, I gotta have some content. I did have Anson up for a little while, and he's off doing his debate review for his new crush or whatever. I Killed Earl. He's not really his crush. I'm just being a dick. But other than that, and now we're waiting for Moonlight says she doesn't have TikTok. She doesn't know y'all.
Okay, sure. Let's just grant it. What's the harm in? Like I said, I see you in chat all the time.
Okay,
and this could be a lot of fun.
And so I had Beth jump up on panel, and the and now Moonlight is here now and wanted to know why Beth was up, and I told her that Beth came up because I had to have somebody up here besides me because I mean, I'm good looking, but I can't really entertain you that well. So so that's what it is. Moonlight, you are welcome to come up. And nobody's, this is not meant to be like a gotcha or anything, I promise. Moonlight wants you to link the profile or something. She can't because WMD will time her ass out. However, she can give it to a mod, and the mod can post it. Are we not men? It says I have no neck. How he knows? Like, I don't know how he knows. I don't have a small wiener though, but regardless of size, we know it works because I've got 2 prizes for my performance, and yeah, that's how that works out. Yeah, so that's kind of where we're at, ladies and gentlemen. We are we're now into the last hour of my stream. I only go about 3 hours. So
True Keys is freaking cracking me up, yo, throughout this whole chat, dude.
Who's this?
You are cracking me up. I love it.
I am? Oh yeah, I've been accused. I'm not really funny though.
Well, True Keys down in the chat. Oh my lord.
Beth is from New York. Yeah, that's probably true.
Wrong part of New York. This is like Amish New York.
Did we get rated? Guys, did we get rated? I don't have the right chat up, so I can't see the things. Did we get rated? Oh, we did get rated. Awesome. Glad to see all the raiders. Welcome in, raiders. We're trying to figure out what's going on here tonight. And no, that is not a KSG. That is an RDB. Right manufacturer, wrong firearm. So there you go. Okay, so again, welcome, raiders. We're apparently having a membership drive tonight, so feel free to open your wallets and give often and give freely, or not. Either way, doesn't really matter. At the end of the day, so Moonlight, are you? Oh wait, hang on. No, I did not. I thought I was like, did I get a message? But I did not get a message. So, Moonlight, again, you're welcome. Hey, what's up, JS Urban Adventures? JS, if you want to jump up and you happen to be in my Discord, go to the waiting room and the mod will get you a link and you can jump up. So it's a you see me on CTs? Yeah, that's what I do, man. I get around on the internet. I get around. So Beth is kind of cute. True T. All right.
Not bad for 41.
Yeah. How old do you think I am?
Me?
Yeah.
I'd say my age. 41.
I'm 53.
Look damn good for 53.
Yeah. My wife is 11 years younger than me. That's what does it.
That's definitely what does it. You need them to keep you younger.
Yeah. That, and I have a 14-year-old and a 4-year-old. Do you think I can grow old yet?
No, you don't have time to.
I have time to grow old. Moonlight, are you still in the house? I don't want to bug you about this, but I actually really wanted you to come up tonight. I don't mind. I mean, Beth has been up for quite a while. We can always, push. Beth can, step down.
Yeah,
Or
she's
not.
still in the chat. By all means, I'll drop
Yeah.
down for her to come up, and maybe you can convince her to have just a friendly debate with me. I mean, like I said, I'm gonna be nice.
What a nice and sneaky too. I think he knew my age though. He just didn't know when my birthday was. I'm about to be a little older. Well, actually, I think I'm about to be actually 53. I've been saying I'm 53 for a year, but I'm not really. Yeah, so
What state are you in, Grid One?
I'm in Tennessee. I'm in Tennessee. I've been married for 20 years.
Congratulations.
That's right. I only got married one time. I didn't think I was going to get married at all, but I figured that if I did, I'd do it one time and get it right, and I did. And it worked out for me. So
I spent 20 years in my entire adulthood with my former husband. Like from the time I turned 18, we were together, and I held out on the marriage because I knew it wasn't a good idea. But it was a different kind of situation, and I had a lot of growing up to do. Things didn't go well. It is what it is. I can own my responsibility in how things turned out for sure.
Did we lose Moonlight? Did Moonlight peace out?
Probably not.
What's up, Craig M? Good to see you, sir.
Okay.
Good to see you, Craig M. Craig M, the guy who times you out randomly. That's funny. That's hilarious. I gave Craig M a wrench and he turned it back in. I just forgot to collect it. So he can time you out over here too, Jack.
If you have other people you want to talk to and I'm in your way, by all means.
This is as good as anything.
It's kind of disappointing that, she won't come up. I mean, I can see she's still in the chat. I'm not,
it's not like there would be like a big bunch of drama and a fight.
No, I'm not that way.
You don't really go for that. So.
I've been very nice to her in the chat for, other channels. So, I mean, I don't know why she would think any of that. But
yeah. Well, I think she thinks that you're stalking her, so that's weird. So, yeah.
I was already watching the Crucible and whatever when she started coming in. So I would have to say maybe it's the other way around, unless she can prove different.
I didn't really drag. So look, Kevin, bro, and Kevin is, I know Kevin like personally, real life. So I gotta be honest here, man. I was like really nice to Earl. Like really nice. You guys just don't understand. I killed Earl was like, I don't know why. I don't know why that I killed Earl was so angry with me. So angry.
Well, you tried to tell a feminist they're a feminist. That's what happens. I do it all the time on TikTok, and it's so much fun.
She's definitely a feminist.
I'm allowed to make them lose their minds. You, sir, if you do it, you're a devil, you're a demon, you're
Yeah, probably
a criminal. As a woman, though, they can take it from me. And really, women need to start holding each other accountable and calling them out on their bullshit, because otherwise it's just going to continue.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. That's true. All right. Well, listen, I can't keep asking Moonlight to come up. Moonlight, if you would like to come up, great. If not, that's fine too. Um, Greetings to everyone who just popped in and came by. It's
Hi, Greg.
and
Oh my gosh.
yeah, so it's what it is. Yeah, I don't know. Kind of a letdown, to be honest with you. I was now I'm bored.
Oh,
So
it's a big letdown for me too. I was
yeah,
excited. I was hoping we could work this out. Like I said, I mean,
it's all
it'd be fun.
it's all good. So you found the Crucible, and were you like in the did you like get into the Discord and the chat right away, or how did that all happen?
No, so I was just watching it on YouTube, and I was kind of even nervous to jump into the chat. And then, like, I got peer pressured into the Discord last week, maybe a week before, really recently. Thanks to awesome people like Paige and Moon and Donna. There's really some great people in there. And Craig. Hi, Craig. But so yeah, it was just straight YouTube, and then I got kind of bullied into that, bullied in a good way.
Okay, all right. Do I follow college baseball? No, I don't follow any sport. I don't even follow racing much anymore. Like I only care about racing when somebody that either drove for me or worked for me is now racing. Like I just don't give a shit. And but that was true even when I did it. You guys probably, I mean, this is like a whole different thing for most people, but um, when you're involved in something, unless you're doing it, you don't really care, right? Like at least and I found that to be true. People that are like high performers in a field, they don't care to watch other people doing it because they just rather go do it. So that's what's up. I don't know if you've had that experience, Beth. I'm not really sure if you're a sports person or anything like that.
I like football.
Um, yeah. True Keys, no. That fatty debate is being reviewed by against Knowles and I Killed Earl, while Fatty is currently debating on the on Sarah's channel with an entire group of tards. So I'm not sure why anybody's watching that. But, whatever.
I think some of them can be funny, like when Andrew debated that Sammy girl. Holy lack of brain cells. Hilarious though.
Now when I debated, is I really want to debate one-on-one at Nev, whatever, not Nev, Nina, Neeina, however the fuck you pronounce that, Nina, no, whatever the fuck. I one-on-one debate her when she's sober because she was so bad on Sarah's when Flo and I debated her and Ghosty. It was so bad. It was like it was the worst debate ever. You aren't a good person, are we not, man? You're a fucked up dude. You need to stop drinking and you need to get your shit together. You know that. I know that. Now the entire chat knows that. So, and you really got to lay off the alcohol, bro. So anyway, at any rate, yeah, so it's just really, Nina was like, it was so bad. But I really want, so I like really wanted that debate to go like, I wanted it to be like an epic debate, and it was absolute dog shit. And they could not get but he sold drugs though. Well, no, he didn't sell drugs, but he was convicted for selling drugs. Well, who cares what he was convicted for? Who gives a shit? And it was, they could not move past that into the actual fucking argument, right? Like it was terrible. It was horrible, and I was like, this is so disappointing. So I really want to debate, and I would actually take a debate with Nina, or however the fuck you say her name. I would take a debate with him. Patriarchy, I don't give a shit. You know, yeah.
So you understand my position. You understand my position.
Yeah,
the whole reason why I'm up here right now.
A lot of people. I'm that way. I mean, like, there's some people I don't really care what they want to debate. I'll debate them. It's fine. And the amount of penis discussion in this chat is entirely too high, Kevin. I'm not in charge of the chat. You got to talk to mods, bro. So the and I want to debate. Erudite, not so erudite, whatever. But and I don't really. And again, I don't care what on, right? But I really want to debate her on something that is not in the DGG playbook. Like, I really want to debate her on like patriarchy, or is feminism good for humanity, or something, something else. And Craig, I'm crucibled out tonight. Because
I would have gone if I knew I was coming here.
It was supposed to be like, it was supposed to be actually like warm here, but it was not. Which recent feminism debate, Paige? You'll have to. But yeah, it was man, I don't know. So there's a few people that I really kind of want to debate. It's
if I can offer up, I've got a couple of really good, like, when I was trying to talk to Moonlight, I suggested things like the harm of short-term relationships, especially like when it comes to like women's reputations. So if you're looking for something under the under the feminist umbrella, but excuse me, that hasn't been done before, like I was shooting for something like that, or even why it's more of women's responsibility to establish and maintain the healthy aspect of the relationship as being healthy. Because I think it's way more of women's job to guide that than men's. But that's my opinion.
Who is Ben Thorpe? Where is Ben Thorpe here? That's not Ben Thorpe. Ben Thorpe says Ben Thorpe. You would debate me, Ben? What would you debate me on? I just said you weren't Ben Thorpe. What the hell, man? $10 comes in from Agripolis. Haters, go on somewhere. Before you do, don't forget Rip. Keep it coming, ladies and gentlemen. Keep it coming. $10 American there. So the other night you missed out too, because the other thing I think that kind of triggered the I Killed Earl lady was that we had two of my longtime members sending in super chats in dong, Vietnamese dong. So yeah, so actually One gifted, I think, 10,000 dong, and the other one gifted 50,000 dong, and that's a lot of dong. Apparently.
Yeah,
I think that's like
lot of
$2 American, but you know,
dong.
I think it's $2 American, but that's a lot of dong.
I love that for you, man.
And so it was hilarious, right? Like,
Awesome
it was,
feminist. That is hilarious.
and I think that triggered the feminists too. It's 20,000 dong. Thank you, I appreciate that. Yeah, it was a whole lot of dong going on in here, and I don't think the feminists like that at all.
No, they never like huge batches of dong coming at them, you know, from strangers, no less, from strangers.
I saw that. I saw Jim Bob telling Not So Erudite he'd fight her during the feminism debate. That
Had me cracking up.
that was funny. That was funny as fuck.
He's like, I will fight you.
Yeah. It was pretty funny. The dong thing, I'm like, that's gonna be a running joke the rest of the night. And it really was. Like every time somebody, not every time, but often when people would donate, it was in dong. So I made like $5, but it was funny, right? So
Yeah, that even though it's just $5, that's okay because it's a gift that keeps on giving.
trying to find Ben responded to what you've talked at I've talked
Angel, I did too.
I
did too.
Hold on, I gotta go. I gotta keep scrolling back. I think Ben did a voting rights. Ooh. Which side are you on there, Ben? Which side of the voting right argument are you on?
I'll tell you my side. I'm a woman and I don't belong in politics. Even
Thank you.
yeah, nope. I stay out of politics.
Ben's
I stay in my lane.
and found it. Thank you, Arthur Dye. You're very helpful. You're very
Agrolepolis donated $10. Super chat.
super chat.
Haters go on somewhere.
By the way, Angel,
Before you
same
do,
thing.
don't
I
forget to
actually
click.
was following Jake Rattlesnake before I ever found whatever or Andrew Wilson in the Crucible.
Were you
So-
following the Rattlesnake Travel Channel?
I don't know if it was like it wasn't the travel channel because he was doing reactions to stuff. But it was like reactions to I want to say like Jordan Peterson and JLP and things in the news like Candace Owens. He was doing reactions to stuff like that when I found him.
Mm. So Ben thinks it's fine for women to vote if men can. Interesting.
Repeal the 19th.
Interesting. Okay.
Maybe we can save our nation.
I've met Jake Rattlesnake, just to put that out there. He was at DebateCon. I hung out with him.
Man,
I needing to have him on the show. I just keep forgetting. The thing is I just don't have that. I'm just not starstruck or anything. So I just don't. I'm just like, yeah, he's cool. Whatever.
I tried to come to DebateCon. Instead, my dog got hurt somehow, and I ended up stuck with him all weekend. And but I was trying to come because I'm only 3.5 hours away. So it was like, oh, I can drive there for a night. Yeah. Nope. Dog said no.
We have an apartment in Jersey City, so we were there. Do I agree with the dual loyalty Massey bill? I'll have to look into it. I'm not up on it right now. I'm sorry. I don't actually have a position on that. Repeal the 19th. Everyone says. It's not that I like women.
We definitely don't belong voting.
I just don't find forced doctrine compelling at all. Really? Interesting. So would you rather debate forced doctrine or would you rather debate whether or not women should be able to vote? Because if that is the reason that you're giving for if that's a reason you're giving why you think that it's okay for women to vote if men can, then I think we'll end up at forced doctrine anyway. The dual citizenship people in politics. I need to look into that. There's some weird things going on with dual citizenship. You don't want to assume my position, but it leads to that on my end. It's interesting. Well, I mean, there's a couple of different ways I would talk about that, but Jack M. Sheridan is he's got it down. I think you mean if it leads to that on your end, yes. It's interesting that you don't believe in force doctrine. Not that I'm not saying I agree with this, but I'm much like Sam. But pardon me. I really like what Sam Kinison said. Is that he doesn't agree with beating your wife, but he does understand what turns Mr. Hand into Mr. Fist. And I mean, the only thing that stops that is a man coming to stop the man. That's just how that works.
I just found like a whole nest of feminists on TikTok. Like, oh my gosh, they were talking. We were discussing force doctrine and whatnot, and I was telling them, listen, because their thing was that all men should be treated like criminals until no men are criminals anymore, and they were complaining that men don't hold each other accountable, and I was like, well, how do you expect men to hold each other accountable when the second they start doing that, you start calling them animals and violent and all of that? I said, violent crimes need to be met with violence. And this woman told me you should be able to use your words to stop grape. I was like, okay. She actually got mad at me, screamed at me, and like threw me off the panel, but it was funny when she did it because I just laughed at her.
Somebody get Ben a link. Mods, get Ben a link. Hopefully he's in Discord. I agree with what Jack says here. This is my position on it, basically. He has a sister and recognized if her husband is beating her, his brother and himself are the equalizer. Yeah. And as a matter of fact, I happen to have handily a victim of DV on stage with me right now. So maybe we can get a little anecdotal evidence going on.
I'm good with answering any questions about it.
So do you before I do turn into a pumpkin at 11, so we're gonna run up against the red line here. So yeah. Wait. So Beth,
Paige, I'm really sorry you went through that. Really sorry you went through that.
Can you grape your spouse argument is what got her entangled with. Okay. Well, that was a discussion that we were having the other night with Earl. Because I Killed Earl 100% believes that she was maritally raped. 100%.
So I would say from my opinion on it is it's only marital rape if it's been said no and there is actual force applied to force it. I married someone who was a genuine diagnosed antisocial personality disorder, cluster B. I didn't understand what all that meant till I was much older. So, there was a lot of that kind of thing when we very first got married. It was like, no, yeah, he was very much your body, my choice. However, there's still that line, I think, where there is an element of implied consent until it comes down to where force is used. That's just my opinion.
See that I have a varied opinion on this as well. Give me 1 second. I gotta get this. Get this out there. Yeah, you don't have to cam up, Ben. We're not going to argue or anything. I don't think. So go there, go to the waiting room. One of the mods will meet you. You're doing a set at the Comedy Store next month, and this space is the main topic. Which space? The red pill space? I'm not red pill, though. Shockingly.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm gonna. I'm
Wake
not.
up text is not grape. No way.
Yeah.
That
So
is not at all.
so I have conflicting opinions on this. Hey, Clover Tack in the house. Clover Tack is in the house. So I have and we'll talk to Ben about it when we get up here because we'll do that. There's a lot of gay going on, Cam. There really is. No, go to the waiting room. Go to the waiting room, Ben. I think it's the last tab that you can see. Maybe not. I don't know. I don't know what your screen looks like. Right. So I'm in this Angel Berber camp. Implied consent in marriage, right? You said I do. I do in all things, right? Force being applied after being told no is the threshold. So if your wife literally and look, you should know your wife well enough that the that when she says no, when she means no,
Yeah,
right? And
exactly.
when no means tear something, right? Like you should know this. I'm not saying the line can't get blurred every once in a while, but you should
Oh,
know this.
there's nothing wrong with, oh, not right now, honey. And you can try to convince her. But if she's like serious, like, listen, I said, not right now. I'm having issues. Okay, cool beans, back off. Tell her to make it up to you later. But yeah.
Yeah, I think that I do think that there is a line there. Not really. I mean, I don't want to be the. Oh, there's no mod there. Let me grab this really quick. There we go. All right. I didn't mean to do it that way, but whatever. It works out. All right, Ben should be up in just a second, so we'll try and get his perspective, and then maybe we'll debate. I do, and I kind of agree with Jack here too. All relationships are different, blah blah blah, and so on and so forth. How did Kevin not get a membership? He must have the memberships turned off. Because only him and Jack like dodged that membership drive. How you doing, Ben? Ben? Ben, down where it says mute, click that little arrow next to it and then select the right mic. We'll just continue forward. Kevin's already had one. I think you can have more than one Kevin. A branded account. Oh yeah, I do too. That's why I never get memberships anywhere. Hey, there's Ben. He's got his camera
Hey,
on.
can you?
He doesn't have to have his.
Yeah, I'm trying to. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, you're all good, man. You're all good. I can actually turn your camera off like that.
Oh, that works. Okay. Sweet.
Uh,
I was trying
how
to
are
get
you,
it to
Ben?
where I could do the audio without the video, and
It's all good, man. I got you covered.
sweet.
How how are you, Ben?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Oh, man, another day in paradise.
Yeah,
So
something like that, right?
right. Well, the show I had a whole different show. I got to change the title now. But I had a whole different show planned. The show went to crap like 5 minutes in.
I saw
And,
that. Yeah.
And then so we decided to, we got somebody else up who's been a great guest. It's been an interesting show. It's been great. We had a ridiculous membership drive. I don't know how you dodged one, Ben. And
Yeah. I think Jack was having a hard time as well, right?
yeah, Jack Sheridan. Yeah, poor guy. So yeah. But yeah, so I don't have a firm position on this. But give me your round out your your viewpoint. Because I'm not sure that I really know Rob's viewpoint on this. I don't know that I've listened to it.
Yeah. So actually, Rob and Jim Bob had a debate. I think Andrew Wilson had hosted it, and I think it was on this exact topic.
Yeah, and Rob had the losing side of that. I remember that. He did exceptionally well, even though he did eventually lose the debate.
Well, so I talked to him maybe a month ago, and we had like a 15-20 minute back and forth, just kind of not a debate, but just kind of in agreement with each other on his position. And correct me if I'm wrong in the understanding, but it seems like what Andrew does is he says women shouldn't vote, and then he says, well, women shouldn't vote and most men shouldn't vote.
Yes,
which
I
is
agree with that.
fine. But the problem is like it's, to me, it sounds like it's based off sex, and then it changes to not being based off sex. But if it's based off sex, I see that as an arbitrary line, because of he brings up forced doctrine.
Well, actually, I mean, if you're talking about Andrew's argument, I know Andrew's argument pretty well.
Okay.
Andrew's argument is that women should not be allowed to vote because they do not have to register for the draft, which was the reason in the United States of America that all men gained the right to vote. And so what you've got is, regardless of whether or not you want to acknowledge it, women were given the right to vote based on their sex alone. That's it. No other qualifier.
So
I'm almost done. So the right to vote for men to go to war and die is a serious thing, right? Because that's what we do. We do it every day. Every time you vote for a politician, you're voting that the person you elect could send young men to die, and have 100%, and that's happened 100%. We know that it has. And so you ought not have that power without skin in the game. And women have no skin in the game because they cannot be drafted.
Okay.
That's Andrew's argument.
Right. So I have a couple issues with that, but it's ironic because it's not that I'm in disagreement. I mean, I am in disagreement with it, but I'm fine with the position in some sense, but in another sense, I'm not fine with it because it just doesn't completely track for me. So,
okay. Can I throw in something?
Yeah.
Go for it, Beth.
Yeah, go ahead, Beth.
Another part of my personal argument against women being able to vote is that women will eventually vote in women. And when you get to having women in politics, it does start to become a problem, especially the higher ups, because that will automatically exclude us from being able to deal with dozens of countries around the world who will not come to the table if there's a woman leading a nation. So I don't think women should be able to vote, if for nothing else, just to make sure they don't vote in another woman.
That's fine. But the
Okay.
one issue that I have that you had said, Grid, was what you said was women don't have a stake in the game in terms of the war. In terms of for example, if we vote in somebody who ends up drafting men, then that's something that
Sure.
women, like what Andrew says time and time again, is women can vote in men. Women can vote in somebody that declares a draft and sends men off to fight wars that they don't have to fight. I hear that over and over again.
Yes, and it's accurate and true.
It's accurate, but I can come up with a very similar. I know it's different, but it's similar in that presidents can appoint Supreme Court justices, and Supreme Court justices can.
Are you going to go Roe v. Wade? Because that's a bad argument, dude.
I don't think it is. I don't think
it's a horrible argument.
Why?
Well, first of all, because it's murder, and we don't condone.
I
murder
agree.
in the country.
No,
so if you're going, so the fact that the justices actually have given women, I think, something that they lost, which is a sense of like normalcy. It's not normal to kill part of yourself.
I agree.
Or part of anything else. So that's a bad argument on your part.
No,
I don't know. Help me, walk me through the logic, because it's a bad argument on your part.
It has nothing to do with my position on abortion or my position on that situation, because I oppose it. But my issue is that is a clear example of.
But are there female Supreme Court justices?
Yeah.
Okay, then you're complete. I told you it's a bad position to take.
You're not even letting me finish the argument, though.
Okay, I'm just saying it's bad.
Right. So the position, my argument is that people can vote in somebody who can appoint Supreme Court justices that make laws based off of women and not men. And that's the same exact argument as the draft, because it affects men and not women. I know you can make the claim.
Same argument. It's absolutely not.
I mean, you can say that, but I don't see the.
Well, your logic. Okay. And I don't have time to do like a full blown internal critique here of your position, but let me just break this down just as quick as I can. Yes, you can. A president could vote in, which has happened, right? Trump did that. Trump stacked it, and we got rid of Roe v. Wade, which was the right move.
Right.
Okay. But we're not killing women.
No, that's my whole point was. I know it's not the exact same. Andrew says it all the time. You can compare two things, and they're not the same.
To send women to die.
Okay, that's not the point. The point is not the severity.
It is exactly the point.
No. The point is not the severity. The point is that the argument that's being made that you can vote in somebody who then appoints or makes a rule or enacts something that's only gender specific. You can do the same thing on the other side.
Okay.
That's my point.
All right. So here's your problem. Let me. I thought that you'd come to this on your own, but you haven't. So here we go. First of all, Congress makes laws, not the Supreme Court.
That's fine, but you know what I mean by that.
Supreme Court. Hold on. The Supreme Court can simply strike down the laws, which then Congress can redefine appropriately.
Sure.
However, when women vote for politicians that will vote to send men, which, by the way, those politicians can be men or women, I don't care which, to send men to war to die, that is totally different.
Right.
Then
sure.
So your logic train falls.
No. The logic is consistent. The problem is that you're trying to get a perfect one-to-one comparison of those two things. I'm claiming that they're different, but I'm saying that it's still something based off of sex that affects the sexes differently, because you can
it off of sex. We're basing it off of your privileges as a if you are a well, I guess we are basing off of sex, but if you are a female, you are not required to sign up for the draft.
Right.
You can never be made to do that.
Okay.
Ever.
And men can never have abortions. Sorry, men can never,
But men's children can be aborted by women. And
yeah,
no,
but
and by the way, no man has ever legislated that abortions be mandatory. You're talking about mandatory service, sir, means that you cannot avoid it. You don't get out just because you don't want to, or because you've been a good boy. When women choose to have abortions, there's nobody forcing them to have an abortion.
That's not the argument, though.
What is your entire argument?
No, the argument is that for example, here's the argument. Men can vote in people who then appoint other people who then not make laws, but support laws, whatever, that affect.
They can simply define whether it's constitutional or unconstitutional, sir. That's it.
Okay, well, based off of sex in that particular instance, because men can't have abortions.
Sex, sir. Roe v. Wade is not about the sex of a woman being a woman.
It's not based off of their sex, but it's still it's only a one-way street, just like with.
But it's not a one-way street. It's not a one-way street, sir.
Men can't have abortions.
Because nobody's forcing a woman to.
I didn't say they were. That's not the point.
But men are forced to go in the draft.
So what?
What do you mean? So what?
That's not my argument. Is not whether or not they're being forced. My argument is that either sex can vote in somebody who exclusively affects one sex more than the other.
But it doesn't look, abortion does not exclusively affect women.
Right. And you know what? War doesn't exclusively affect men.
But
it's just the severity of it between the two.
Women do not die.
Okay. Why is that the standard?
Die.
I didn't say they did. Why is that the standard?
Your logic train is really flawed here.
No, it's perfectly fine.
No, your logic train is really flawed.
No, it absolutely is fine.
In one sentence, so in one circumstance, men get sent usually to foreign shores to die in a war, to have them literally die.
Right.
Okay. In the other instance, women aren't allowed, in the case of abortion, to just randomly get abortion. Right.
I understand they're different.
And plus, and by the way, that all Roe v. Wade did was throw it back to the states.
That's not the point.
Anything.
You're missing the
anything, sir. Roe v. Wade did not do anything nationally to women except clarify that it was not unconstitutional, or it was not constitutional for the federal government to be involved in abortion.
Right.
Your argument falls apart.
I think the impasse is that you're looking at the specifics and the details of what I'm saying, and I'm making an overarching generalized statement saying that either sex can vote in somebody that affects one sex more than the other.
Can the Supreme Court mandate that you get castrated?
That has nothing to do with what I'm saying.
That's exact same.
No. Hang on. Can you repeat what I'm? Can you repeat my argument?
Sure. Your argument is that one group of people could elect someone that could affect one group of people. Could the Supreme Court mandate
more than another? Yes.
You be castrated?
I don't know.
No, they can't.
Okay.
They can simply interpret a law passed by Congress.
Okay.
That, which by the way has as of right now, is relatively equal representation. Well, not equal, but has good representation of men and females.
Right. So I guess
if Congress passed a law saying that you could be castrated, but that's based on your sex, correct?
Sure.
Okay. So if women voted to pass a law that said all men who are 27 years of age that are not married get chemically castrated because they're no use to society, you would be okay with that?
How is that anything that I've said? Who said I would be okay with it?
Because you said that one, pardon me. You said that one group is affected based on sex. I'm giving you the exact same argument you're giving me for Roe v. Wade.
Okay, but
being used as a determining factor of sex being the issue.
Right. So my point, and I'm not explaining it as clearly as I can, but my point is that in response to women shouldn't vote, in response to the justification for that is that there is an inequality of something that men have to do that women wouldn't have to do based off of a president's decision in some way. And I'm saying that you can make that exact same argument the other way.
And I just made the argument the other way back to you that says if women if right now today that women voted for all men above the age of 24, 25, 26, 27, that you are no longer, your seed is too old. Sure. They don't want it in the gene pool, and just chemically castrate all men over the age of 26.
Sure, but that's exactly that right. So what I'm saying is that cannot be the reason why women shouldn't vote if it can go both ways. Because if it goes both ways, then nobody should be able to vote using that logic.
Well, correct. Yes. So one person has to have skin in the game, right?
Right. They both have skin in the game. It's just
no, women don't. Oh well,
women have no skin in the game. They make a law.
We have straight
sends
privilege.
Men to their death. They vote for it based on their fifis.
Whatever. No, I'm not Moonlight.
It sounds like you're trying to use your fifis to say, look how much worse this is than that.
Literally, your logic is bad.
The logic is perfectly fine.
The logic is bad.
No, you can say it's bad, but that doesn't mean it's bad.
Give me break the logic down again, because all you're saying is that you're using you're using the fact that men could vote to end abortion based on that only affects women. I just gave you the same exact hypothetical, and you said, no, that's not the same. And yet it is.
Okay.
And I'm telling you that women get the right to vote. They got the right to vote without putting any skin in the game.
Okay.
The skin in the game is that men can be drafted. They have to register with Selective Service. Now, if you want all women to register with Selective Service and be able to be drafted, then that's perfect logic.
Right. So
you're saying that because men and women currently can vote to have something that affects one sex or the other, that's irrelevant. I just your hypothetical is flawed because women have no skin. That still doesn't put any skin in the game for women. You're literally avoiding the actual point.
No,
and that is that women get the right to vote without a consequence for them.
No, so the whole, and this isn't even the actual argument specifically that I wanted to make, but the thing is
because it's a bad one.
No, it's a fine one. Just because you say it's bad doesn't mean it's not.
Okay, I tell you what. I want you to give Andrew that argument.
No, thanks. All right, so
right, exactly.
Of course not.
Well, hang on. That doesn't mean I wouldn't give that argument to him because it's wrong. No. Hang on. It's not because the argument's wrong. It's because just because somebody's a better debater doesn't mean that they're correct.
No, the logic.
No, that's not what he's
telling you. The logic. Your logic is not logicking.
The logic is fine. No,
you keep giving me that men and women together today can vote for something that affects one person who they're based on sex. I'm not saying that's not my argument. And I gave you the hypothetical saying the exact same thing, and you're like, yeah, okay, that's fine. So, okay, that's not the problem. The problem is that regardless, women do not have to register for Selective Service to be drafted, and there's no equivalent for that you can come up with. There just isn't, because there's nothing universal. Basically, you would have to say the logical equivalent would be is that every woman on her 18th birthday would have to sign up.
That's not the logical equivalent.
On her 18th birthday would have to sign up with Selective Service to serve in a whorehouse in case of a war so that we could procreate the species.
No, that's not the logical equivalent.
That's
That's a
exactly
That's
the
no,
exact
closer.
logical
no,
equivalent.
no,
That's
no, no.
closer than
That's
just women
no,
being drafted.
no.
Even if women are
No, no,
drafted,
no.
they're never going to go to the
That's
front
not
lines, and they're
the
never going to risk
logical
the amount that
equivalent.
men
That's
do.
a logical equivalent. There's more than one. It depends how you. It depends on your perspective and how you generalize it. So I'm generalizing it one step above that. I'm not looking at the particulars
Yes,
of both of
because
these cases.
you know that it's wrong, and you're trying to obfuscate with this weak argument.
It's not
And
an
I
obfuscation.
just gave you the direct contrary. Do you agree that that's the equivalent?
That's an equivalent. It's not the
No.
equivalent.
Do you
There's
think
not
that
one
it is?
equivalent.
Do you think it? Do you not agree that it is an exact equivalent?
Actually, no. There's no exact equivalent of two different things. Everything's
Sure it is.
different from everything
Sure it
else.
is.
So no,
It's the exact
technically you're wrong.
equivalent. Because if women can send men to die, why can't men send women to procreate against their will?
That's not my argument. But
That is your dude,
no.
This is insane. Men can be sent to war against their will.
You can keep saying it, but that doesn't.
Women cannot have. There's literally nothing that you can do against a woman's will. Literally, there's no logical equivalent that you're going to make. The best equivalency you're going to get is to force them to do something against their will, like you're forcing men to go fight a war against their will. So in this case, the closest a close equivalent is if this young lady right here, you know what? You 18 years old, you sign up, and if in the case of war, you got to go to the whorehouse and get plowed 24 hours a day and pregnant, and so we can repopulate the country. That's the equivalent.
That's closer to what men have to go through, and quite frankly, less dramatic in some ways.
No, it's such a stupid argument because the thing is, here's what happens.
Do you have any friends who have been deployed to wars by any chance?
Hang on.
Like seriously, I'm asking you.
Hang on. Here's what happened. The original argument was women should not vote because women can vote in somebody who can do something that affects men more than women. That's the generalized
It doesn't affect
statement.
them more.
Well, okay, but the thing is,
hold on. No. See, this is again, you keep coming back to this, and I keep trying to keep you on topic, and you keep trying to move this you keep trying to obfuscate.
No, hang on. Can I just make one clarification real quick?
Against their will,
just real quick. The reason I say more is because technically a draft would affect women too, just not as much. That's why I'm saying more.
Oh, please.
It doesn't affect
not at all.
Women
great,
fantastic. Their will. Do you
What
not understand? This is the defining thing. The draft means you have no choice.
And that doesn't affect women at all, right?
To war and you
That's
may
not what
die.
we're saying.
Right.
Listen,
No.
Women,
That's exactly what you're saying because I'm saying it affects men more than women, but it still affects women. That's my point.
The impact that the draft has on women is nothing compared to. I mean, let's take a look at what's going on right now.
I didn't
with Russia and Ukraine. Let's look at that.
You agreed with me. No.
Do you think they're impacted that their men have been drafted? What kind of impact is it having on them? Please tell me, because I'll tell you what, it's not the same fucking impact as what is going on for the men.
Okay, yeah. So anyway, just because you said it's not the same impact, you're agreeing that it has some impact. So I'm saying, so when I say it impacts,
they can go party now.
Whatever.
They can have some fun.
This is ridiculous.
This is actually just a horrible.
It's not a horrible argument. You just don't like it.
No, it's a horrible position to take because you're.
It's not a horrible position to take based off of your justification.
Shown that a woman can do. A woman has to sign something on her 18th birthday. That
Grid. I know they're different things.
They are not different things.
Being drafted and an abortion law are two different things. I get that. That's not my point.
It's not just that they're two different things. One is something a woman can do and is willing to do.
That's not the. I get that.
Exactly
I get that.
the point.
I get that distinction.
You just don't understand logic, sir.
I get that distinction, but
you do not. If you got the distinction, you would quit repeating the same stupid point over and over again.
Stupid. No,
it is very stupid. You're doing a false equivalency of men being forced against their will to go to war and a woman not being able to get an abortion when she wants. That is the most ludicrous thing I've ever heard in my life. It is absurd, sir.
I'm sure you
Absolutely absurd. And there's no, and it literally does not address the point
It
of
perfectly
why
makes
women
sense.
should not have the right to vote. Women get the right to vote for free. Okay, they don't have to do anything. Men do not get the right to vote for free. If you do not sign up with Selective Service, you will not be able to vote, and you could go to prison. Women have no such obligation. There's literally nothing in your argument that has addressed why men have gained the right to vote and women were given the right to vote.
You know
And
what's
they shouldn't have it.
you know what's funny about this whole thing? Hang on. You know what's funny about this whole thing is like
You're trolling the whole thing and you're just making a stupid argument to be funny.
no.
That
No,
was-
this is my point is like I don't even like that women can vote, but my point is that I mean that honestly, but my point is I don't think just because they're two different things. So the issue, hang on, let me just put it like this. So just off of this topic part of it, the other thing is the whole force doctrine. I don't see why it's specifically based off of sex when you can make the case that it can be based off majority. So for example, you could say that you could say, well, only white people should be able to vote because white people are the majority, and since white people are the majority, technically they could override through force any other minorities.
Well, that's a stupid argument as well.
Yeah, it is. That's the dumbest thing.
How is
the force doctrine is very simple, right?
Oh my god.
If
Beth,
if Beth over here, Beth, who I'm sure is a fine human being,
I'm sure she is too.
If Beth tried to come into my house, it would not be a stretch to say that I would just beat her to a bloody pulp.
Like you'd have to with what's on your wall.
It's not a threat. It just is, that's probably what happened. Now, if my wife is there and it's Beth and my wife, that's a more even fight. But it's not with Beth and I. Same thing with my wife and I. My wife and I get in a fight. Unless my wife has a weapon, it's bad for her. This is the actual force doctrine that you seem to miss the point of. You could say, for example, that even though you have a majority of people is not force doctrine, because not all of the majority of people are going to do anything. It's very, I mean, even in the Revolutionary War, it was less than 1 or 3, 4 something percent. It was in that range, 1 to 5. It was 1 to 5%. I forget what the exact number was. The people that actually fought in the war, that actually did anything, right?
Yeah.
And the rest just sat on the sidelines. So that's not how force doctrine works, and that's not Andrew's argument. Andrew's argument is that even if every single woman said, "No, I'm not doing it," then every single man could say, "Hell yeah, you are," and it would happen that way.
So that last part you said, if women said, we want to or don't want to do X, Y, Z, and men say, yeah, we want you to or don't want you to do X, Y, Z, they don't really have a say because men can force that thing or to happen or not happen. So my point is, it seems arbitrary to base it off of sex. I agree that men are stronger than women, and I agree that if all the men group together, or even most, but the point is that if you made that same argument, but you replace man and woman in the United States with white person and black person based off the majority. Hang on, let me finish. Hang on. Let me finish.
I'm literally like, I've given you all the time to say stupid things that I can. No, it's not any equivalency to say white people versus black people. Salt and pepper fights could go either way. That is not an equivalency. It's not an equivalency to say these men versus these men, because you know why? They're men. Okay. The force doctrine is that women have less dense bone structure, less musculature, not as athletic, and honestly, they just don't heal as fast as men. Men are built to beat the fuck out of things.
Right.
That's the force doctrine. And it doesn't matter. You cannot draw the equivalency between race, color, or creed That's
Well,
No, hang on.
Chris,
I'm not.
his
Hang on. I'm not.
argument was
No, no, no. I'm
majority.
not
He was
making. I'm
saying
not
because
You
making.
there's
literally
like
just made
20
that
of
argument.
one against 10 of the other. And
It's not
yeah,
based
no,
off of
even going
race.
by
It's based off
majority, that's
majority.
a dumb argument.
It's not based off race. It's
No,
based off
he's saying
majority.
based off
Yeah,
more
going by
people.
majority,
more
that's
of
a dumb
person.
argument.
It's
How
not
many?
a dumb. Can I tell you why it's not a dumb argument? It's because if you have 1,000,000 people and you have 2 people and you group 1,000,000 people together and you group 2 people together, guess who has the
That's a
monopoly on
totally
force?
Hold on.
That's
I
a
want to
totally
address
different
this. Hold on.
situation.
Hold on.
Read a history
Calm down.
book.
Calm
Oh
down.
my
Okay.
god.
Calm down. So, majority could be right. Like if you had 100 women and 2 men,
1,000,000 to 2.
yeah, sure.
Shit.
Here's the thing. And I can't remember where this was. It was a very specific battle where they had a company of Marines surrounded by a battalion of North Korean soldiers. They decimated them, and it was literally, as you said, 100 to 1 people.
They were
Now,
cut off over there up on a knoll, right?
yeah, and they were, and it was literally, it's that literally, I mean, literally what you're talking about, but they were men facing men, you know. Look, I understand the majority. I understand the majority argument. It's just not the argument as it is presented. And you're basically just once again you're obfuscating around to try and redirect with something that isn't the subject matter. So if you had 100 women versus 2 women, it would be the same as if you had 100 women versus 2 men. But even if you go 2 to 1 on men versus women, the men still win.
Right. So again, it's like I agree with what you're saying in terms of men versus women, but the problem is I'm still not understanding
forced doctrine. That is it. That is why, because you keep wanting to move this away from men versus women when that is the subject, right?
Well,
like the idea of force. The reason that women should not vote or whatever, it honestly just comes strictly down to the draft. If we didn't have the draft, I wouldn't really give a fuck that much. I honestly believe that most people shouldn't be able to vote, and you should have to have skin in the game, either own property, pay tax. And my honest opinion on the voting is, if you do not contribute to society, you don't get a vote. And we could do that through the tax base or however you wanted to do it.
Mm-hmm.
That's my personal opinion. But your argument is so far out in left field as to be irrelevant. It's it's really bad, and it's bad faith as well, in my opinion. You move these weird, you try and draw these weird comparisons that aren't 1-to-1, and it's just not. It's not the same. It's not the same to say that because women could vote, or men and women together could vote someone in that would say remove women's restrooms, and that would inconvenience them. That doesn't force them to do anything, right? But men have a duty under force of law to register to vote, or to register to for the draft, whether they vote or not. And even if you never vote in your life, if you don't register with Selective Service, it will affect your life in many ways. And it's just you're never going to get around that. Okay. Now, in other countries, you could say that. You could, in England, you could probably get away with saying what you're saying. But in the United States of America, which is what we're talking about, why women can't vote in the United States of America is that. Now, as far as a force doctrine, you're not getting around the argument that the only reason women have any rights first of all, I guess I have to kind of go back a little bit, and I didn't really want to get this deep into it, but I like you, so. Do you believe in rights?
Oh, here, so rights. I've listened. I've listened to Andrew for like 2 years now. So rights are a social conception. So they're real in a sense, and in another sense, they're not tangible. I can't see them. They're not anywhere except inside your mind. Yeah.
Okay. Do you believe that you have any rights that aren't enforced over the barrel of a gun?
In terms of force doctrine, no. I mean, if I wanted to do something and somebody forced me to not be able to do the thing, then I guess I'm not doing the thing. I don't have the right to it. So yeah, I agree.
Okay, yeah, so right. So because if you, and this is, and unfortunately, I have an ANCAP buddy, and he goes through this nonsense all the time about rights and just
more rights,
have any rights, and all this kind of stuff. And so while I take the position that no, you don't have any rights unless they're
unless you can enforce them.
Gun, he takes the position that you have no rights even with the gun, right? Like that's it. Like what we have these rules that we strive to live by, but nobody really follows them anyway. And most of them are really stupid. That's his position. I know that I'm not doing it justice, but he's not here, so fuck him. And
fuck that dude.
Fuck that dude. If he was here, he could defend his position.
He's gonna clean his pipe
or give his position better than I can. I
get the argument though. Yeah.
Yeah. So, and he's an ANCAP libertarian, so he's weird. He's probably still arguing right now. Or I'd see if he wanted to come in. But he's debating a really stupid topic, so he's probably really angry right now. Yeah, he's still going. Crazy. Anyway. So I would say that, and I still, look, Andrew and I differ a little bit on this as far as I don't believe that you have any rights that aren't enforced through force or the threat of force. If you have a problem with somebody, you're not going to kick their ass. You're going to call the cops. And matter of fact, if you're misbehaving, nobody is going to come up and tell you not to do it. Well, they may, but at the end of the day, they're just going to call the cops. And the only reason that you listen to the cops is because they carry guns and tasers and will put you in jail. And that's it. If you aren't afraid of that, then you don't even listen to cops, right? Like that's it.
Right.
So the rights thing kind of gets iffy, right? Like, sure, they exist, but it's kind of.
Oh, can I make one distinction? I don't mean to cut you off, but
the way you ready to punch out anyway.
Yeah, well, the way you said that was a little bit interesting because I guess it's not whether or not it can be enforced if you have rights; it's whether or not it's perceived that you have the ability to enforce. Right.
Correct.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Okay. Right. And here's the thing: we haven't had a draft now for about 40 years, I think.
It's got to be
the last
70 years, right?
Draft in like 68, right? 71, maybe somewhere along in there.
That kind of a war broke out tomorrow after everything this country has been through and how weak it has become. With the citizens, we're going to have to call a draft because nobody enlists anymore. These kids, they don't want that.
Is somebody's phone ringing?
Mine's not.
Okay.
Is that better?
At any rate. So yeah, I mean, look, draft hasn't been in, but it is possible, right? It is entirely possible. Look at what happened with Ukraine.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All the men were forcibly detained in the country. All the women got to leave.
Yeah, whoring out. Yeah.
Exactly.
In Poland and stuff.
And that's the impact of the draft on women.
Well, hang on. Men and women do get impacted by the draft and war, but that they're not nearly to the same level as men. But my point before was just that I had to make the qualifier to say more because technically it impacts both. I mean, it's just a fact, but
right.
There are very few women.
But that's like beside the point a little bit. But
yeah. So here's the thing. Again, you keep missing, or you keep ignoring the fact that while women, yeah, sure, they might miss their men. They may have, they have to take up an extra job, an extra shift at the factory or making shoes or whatever. Okay, that's
Or he
terrible.
could die, you know.
Yeah, that's terrible. But men are forced under color of law,
Mhm.
whether they want to or not. That's the difference. That's the defining thing. And that is why men got the right to vote in this country. All men got the right to vote in this country to begin with. Initially, you had to pay a poll tax to vote. And back in the day, you had to own property. Matter of fact, you had to own property or be in good standing in your community to vote. You couldn't just vote.
I've always thought that the if you wanted to be able to vote, you had to own property, and that was the main original reason. It wasn't based off of the draft. That's what I've always thought till I guess recently.
Yeah. I think a lot of people aren't taught much in school anymore because it would
Right.
color their opinion on how the world really works.
Got some DEI teachers, yeah.
DEI teachers? I mean, I don't know. I'm not going to go. I don't know if I go that far, but I mean, I'm not going to deny that the thought hasn't crossed my mind. Arthur Diet says, I heard Ukraine is possibly going to draft women now too. I don't know if they're drafting women, but they're 100%. They've got press gangs. I don't know if you guys know what those are, but they have press gangs driving around in vans, pulling dudes off the street.
I saw that.
Impressing
literally kidnapping. Yeah.
Literally kidnapping dudes.
Yep.
But the women are safe in Poland or Serbia.
Dude, they were on like Fresh and Fit, weren't they? Like some of them went to Fresh and Fit, and they were like, "Where's your man?" And they were like, "Oh, he's in Ukraine still," and it's like that's crazy.
Yeah.
But no, I would just say
that's why they don't get that's why they shouldn't get the vote.
In my opinion,
I understand the opinion. I get it. I understand. And if I were a little bit different, I might really understand it. But I can't get past, and I don't think you can make a good logical argument to get past the fact that men are forced under color of law to do something, and there's nothing that women are forced under color of law to do.
Yeah, it's just I still kind of see the and we'll just end it with this because I know
I'm over time.
I got you, but I'll just say that I still see the sex distinction as somewhat arbitrary when you can say that a majority of a group, say based off of whatever, but say based off of race, a vast majority of one group does have the force monopoly on the minority based off of sheer number. And I'm not saying that race and sex, I'm not comparing those two things. I'm saying that just get rid of sex altogether and just say, if you got 90% of people against 10% of people, just that alone, then 90% has the force monopoly. And so that's why I see it as a little bit arbitrary, because you can break it up by things other than sex. So that's my point. But yeah. I'll let you have the last word. Yeah.
Oh, I don't care. I think that, I just think your logic is flawed. I don't think it follows, because you're fuck it. I cannot fucking think. You are conflating an idea that women might, a law can be passed that affects women versus a constitutional, hardcore law that forces men. It's not a question. It's not a suggestion. It's not a maybe. It's not an if. It is, you are going to do it. And that is the difference. And I can't think of, and maybe the women in the audience can correct me, but I don't think there's anything that women have to do in the United States.
No.
At all.
Not at all.
But men do. And that's why women shouldn't vote.
Is that what a positive right is? Like, I hear negative rights, like you can vote, but you don't have to. That's like a negative right. would forced conscription be a positive right? Or I guess it wouldn't be considered a right, but never mind. Anyway. All right. Well, Grid, I appreciate you staying on an
No worries,
extra.
man. Come back anytime. We'll continue this when I'm more actually awake and
Yeah, I took 2 Tylenol PM like an hour ago. So
well, see, I've been up like a long time, but I normally end right at 11, like, and you know, we're a little over time.
I got you. Okay.
I'm gonna have fun with. I'm having fun with somebody because I don't like him, and I'm done. I'm sick of his shit.
Yeah, when chat.
Yeah.
Nice, ban his ass. I don't know who you're talking about, but
I don't want to ban. Look, I don't ban people, but I'm just having fun. You know, I'm tired. I'm kind of annoyed, or not annoyed, but I don't know. I'm kind of
perturbed.
no, I'm not even perturbed. I'm actually feeling really good. I'm having fun with this. I like the argument. I mean, look, no, your argument's bad, but I like the back and forth. I like the back and forth. I don't see how you get from point A to point B. That's fine, but that's okay.
Yep.
I'm not going to time all you fuckers out. Just one fucker, just because I can, and you know.
All right. Well, best of luck, Grid. You're doing a good job, Beth. Nice to meet you in some sense.
Yeah. And again, come back anytime. We'll discuss more. And I actually really, I mean, that is a different argument that most people use. So I think if you put some more, if you use something besides the
Roe v. Wade.
Yeah, if you use something that's not a, the problem is I can't think of anything where, I can't think of anything where you can that you force women to do, except the, you know, like, and I use the bombastic example of forcing them because there's this book by is a really big sci-fi writer, Piers
Morgan. No, it's good.
No, not Morgan. I don't know. It doesn't matter.
Dude, real quick, why is Piers Morgan like butt buddies with Trump? Like every time I watch one of his shows, he's like, "Yeah, I texted Trump yesterday," and you know, I'm like,
"Oh, I have no idea." I mean, Trump probably texts like 1 million people. Like that dude. Well, first of all, he's gangster. I mean, that dude gets up at like 4 a.m. and works till like 10 at night or some shit. Man, that dude's like,
yeah, I don't see how he can do it.
That dude, and he's like fucking 80, dude.
Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, but anyway, all right, guys. Well, I appreciate it.
I'm not annoyed, Kissy Cat. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say annoyed. That was just a first word. I'm actually really pleasantly. I'm chill. I guess actually. I'm finding a lot of shit funny that I don't.
You're amused.
Yeah, I'm amused. That's a good word. I'm amused. I really don't. I really don't normally get to have that much fun with the chat because normally I'm paying way more attention to whoever's on here. But my focus is waning. Not because you made. I mean, you made a good.
I've never debated.
I'm trying to think of how to make your argument really work. Other than anyway, so the Diary of a Space Tyrant is the series of books, and it has in their military they have what's called the head and the tail, and the tail is where women provide relief for men sexually, and I think it's hilarious, and I think it's just really funny, and
is that OnlyFans?
I mean, it's like a future version of it. But hang on, I'll look it up. Let me just. I don't normally Google during my show, but hold on. Let me. What's interesting is how many alt accounts that this specific person has. It's really.
I need to look at chat. Is it the man? Is that his name?
Yeah.
I just see I am unstoppable. So
yeah. I think it's funny. I'm having fun with it. I mean, he's not. He's not banned or anything. I just time them out just for the fuck of it. Piers Anthony is the author who wrote the book. It's a series of books, and it's really cool. But that's part of the military service for women is to provide sexual.
Oh, that's pretty funny.
relief. That is pretty funny, right?
That sounds like a Futurama episode or something like that.
If you came up with that as the logical, thing is like,
Equivalent.
hey, that's a logical argument, right? And that would, okay, men go to war to die and are forced to do that, and women are forced to repopulate the planet, right, or repopulate the country because their men are dying. And I believe they actually did that in history. I'm pretty positive they did that in history.
Yeah,
I don't know. I'm too sleepy right now to I'm barely remembering words. So I'm sure that's like a Roman or Mongol thing that they did. So,
okay.
But look it up, man. I think you have the start of a good argument. It's just
I've got the spurging down pat, I think.
You didn't really spurg. I went at you. I was being bombastic just for the fuck of it. So
it's funny because it's not at all what I was like calling and expecting. For me to like try to go into a full on like debate thing, but anyway, yeah,
it's all good, man.
But it was fun.
Bombastic. It's the end of the night, Got to give the fans something.
I don't know how you and Andrew and some of these guys can stay like more calm when you debate, because it's like,
because I don't give a fuck.
There you go. That's an unreasonable man.
Because all right. So here's the thing, and this is something, Beth. If you're passing out, you can go.
Oh no, I'm a night.
Okay.
I'm night owl. But if you want me to go, I'll go.
No. You just look like you're about to go to sleep. I didn't want to get you there.
No allergies. My eyes are itchy.
Okay. Let me read this from Kissy Cat. $5 came in from Kissy Cat. Being annoyed isn't unreasonable grid. I'm actually not annoyed. I just think it's funny. Anyway, lost my train of thought. What were we talking about? How bad it is. This is how bad it is right now. I got sidetracked and one of the things is that I've had a lot of like experience dealing with people yelling at me and customers being pissed off and all of that. So I just don't care. But I will return the energy almost exactly as it's given to me, right? Mm-hmm. So when you would ramp up, I ramp up. When you went down, I went down. So it's just, and that's what you got to, and that's a very important skill to learn.
That's fair. Yeah.
And you can't, the thing is don't hold on to it long. So one of the things that like Destiny does is, right? Like he gets pissed and then he just stays pissed and he looks like a raging lunatic. You watch Andrew is like, he's detached from the argument enough that if you start spurging and yelling, he'll start spurging and yelling. And the minute you calm down, he ramps right back down and hey, we're having a great conversation again. So that's and I really admire that about did I miss Brian Atlas in the chat?
You did.
No way.
Damn it, Brian.
Was he in chat?
I sent you the link.
He was.
I normally send him the link.
Dude, I want to tell him so bad he needs to lose weight.
Chat.
I want to tell him
Is
so
still
bad.
In the chat?
Brian, lose weight. Please lose weight.
Oh. Is Brian still in the chat?
I don't see him.
While I was debating drafts, yeah.
Okay.
I like arguing too. I'll argue about almost fucking anything. I don't care.
It's easier to do it when you're typing behind the screen,
No, I don't know how that works. I do it in person.
Everybody knows it's easier to be a keyboard warrior. What are you talking about?
That's true tonight because we had somebody who was all set to come on, and now I got to change the title and everything.
Yeah, I saw that.
That's what Brian was asking. He was like, "Is Beth Moonlight?" And it's like, "Oh dear, sweet Jesus, no, no."
Oh, okay. I missed that completely, man.
Yeah, you don't want that accusation.
That's funny.
Oh, No.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah. So, Ben, what do you have a channel or something? You want to shout anything out? You want to talk?
Hell no. I don't have anything.
No.
I appreciate the opportunity. If I had something, I would, but maybe one
Yeah.
day. You know?
Okay. So, what did you? Have you
Hey,
actually?
Jack, go to hell. How about that? Sorry.
Have you? Have you? Have you been? Have you
Sorry.
debated God
Did you see
before?
what Cam
Much?
just said?
I'm sorry. What?
Did you see what Cam just said in the chat? The quickest way to lose weight is to develop an eating disorder and stick to it. What, like, I don't know what that's in
Funny.
reference to, but
Barbie girl Brian. That's funny. Yeah.
brain lit.
So,
Shill
but yeah,
magazine.
it's an interest. It's been an interesting deal. I did miss Brian in the chat. That's weird. I told you I wasn't really focusing on chat at all. So, but hopefully he's not mad at me. I need to develop an eating disorder. I need to. You know what I need to do is I need to do this. I need to just go in here and go. Oh wait, that's the wrong button. Here we go.
Yeah, we need to microdose Brian with some Ozempic, just a little bit, just to, drop 10 pounds.
Somebody, I was watching some stream the other day, and they were talking about how weightlifters are microdosing that.
Sorry, Cam's killing me, dude. You can find Ben at the abortion clinics chanting "My body, my choice." Now I'm going to be silently praying and getting arrested. That's what I'm going to be doing.
Yeah, that's true. With an eating disorder. That's right. You got to get Brian. Yeah. It's just getting silly now, folks. It's just getting silly. You got to get Brian on Ozempic. I mean, he's probably. I don't know if he's heavy enough. I think there's
I think he is.
You think so? I don't know.
I think he is. I think he's probably pushing. He's six. He's what, like 6'1" or something?
Dude, he's supposed to be like tall. Like I actually, somebody was just saying that the other day that, he doesn't look that tall because you just see him sitting down all the time, but he's actually like really tall.
If Brian's listening to this by chance still, dude, just relax on the mics. Just bolt them down to the table, and you're good. I promise.
His OCD is epic, man. I love that. That's like one of his most endearing qualities.
That's endearing.
It is.
Isn't OCD like a woman thing?
No.
Yeah,
I have a very specific like OCD where I like my wife thinks it's fucking hilarious because I can be sitting there working like half the day, and all of a sudden I realize that there's a bunch of parts or tools or something on the floor, or just the bench. The work benches are all. I can't set anything down on work benches, and I have to stop, and I clean every fucking thing up, and then I can start working again.
I gotcha. It kind of clears the mind a little bit.
Absolutely cannot stand anything on the floor.
She's laughing at you because we have that problem too.
What's that?
She's laughing at you because most of us women have that exact problem. Can't stand shit on the floor. Like I like to walk around barefoot. If something's sticking to the bottom of my feet, I'll stop whatever I'm doing just to sweep.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like, so mechanics, and when and I don't care whether they were the race car mechanics, the body shop guys, anything. Doesn't matter. The service shop doesn't matter. Every single fucking time I'd walk in that shop and there'd be parts of cars just stacked on the floor. And I'm like, we have shelving for this, and it was just, it's just, it would get me so annoyed. And I'd be like, I'd come in, and I've actually fired people for not keeping their work area organized.
You got to 5S it, right?
You're giving Brian ideas. He's gonna start throwing people out for moving mics.
I mean, I'm shocked he hasn't started already. Yeah, you just hear him sighing really loud. I can't stand parts on the floor. It drives me fucking nuts. And the other thing was that I hated, and I fired people for this too, is I would go I go to a couple of employees and say, hey, you know, we got this thing that's got to be done. We're a little bit behind. These guys, you know, parts came in late, whatever. I need you guys to stay like an extra 2 or 3 hours and just knock it out for me. And I mean, obviously I paid them, and they would, you know, and you'd see them, they call home. And this is one of the reasons why this is probably where I started really developing an idea that women damage men like immeasurably. These dudes who are trying to work, make money, and feed their families and all of that would call home. Tell me if you've heard this story before. Call home, hey, I got to work a couple hours late. Really? Why? Well, I could really use money. Don't you want to come home? Well, I'll be home as soon as I can. Then hang up the phone. 15 fucking minutes later, half hour later, the phone fucking rings, and I hated that. Like, if there were no phone calls while you're working, because people forget shit, and you leave bolts out, and you don't torque things, and things get fucked up, and then I have to pay for it. And I hated that shit. And you would see the guy, he would ignore that phone as long as he could, but finally he'd have to answer it, and that bitch would rip him a new ass because he didn't love her. He didn't care for her. She's sitting at home alone. She's calling up Tony No Neck.
You're not really at work.
Tony No Neck.
You're not really at work.
Gonna do the get down, do dirty shit, you know, like she's, you know, and dude's like, you don't understand. I have to get off this phone. This man will fire me. He is not playing. And I give him like 1 or 2 chances. I'd be like, hey man, you've got to either turn the ringer off, turn the phone off, control your woman. I don't know. You cannot. You can't be here being on the phone while you're working.
Wait, hang on. They're the reason. Like, just don't look at your phone, right? Isn't that the problem? Like, they shouldn't be looking at their phone to begin with.
That, you know, the problem is that during the day, their women apparently understood the rules, but immediately at 5 or 5:15 or whatever the fuck quitting time was, the rules no longer applied, which they still applied.
Well, they want a millionaire that doesn't work, you know.
Apparently, and I fired dudes about it. I give them like a couple of tries, and I'd be like,
Cam is mad because Cam is Cam No Neck, I think. Says Tony No Neck will be suing.
Tony No Neck will be suing for defamation. He did not have sex with that woman, and but yeah, I mean, you know, it's like. Yeah, and then right, the paper bag queen says. Then when the guy gets home,
queen.
What does he walk into? He walks into a woman that is pissed.
Yeah, they don't believe that they're really at work. I've seen women
that's
that so much, and it's like crazy. And if God forbid they don't answer that phone, they'll stop calling the cell phone and start calling the shop phone.
They'll start.
That's what'll happen.
Yeah, that's true. And then, if we wouldn't answer, the phone actually went to a data center when we at 5 o'clock we shut down.
Oh.
And so they would get. I've actually had a couple of women over the years would drive to the shop,
yeah,
to make sure that their dude was
actually there. Just that he was there,
and not fucking them over. Like, this is crazy. Like, women are insane. Like, I honestly believe to be females to be partially insane.
It's really, we do it to each other really badly. Like, feminism has really brainwashed women to the point where they have no security within their relationships. They know that each other is so out there and demented. We automatically expect the woman sitting next to us to try to sleep with her husbands. It's just that simple. And probably 7 or 8 times out of 10, she will try. It's horrible.
All right, I gotta go. I'm 30 minutes past my cutoff. Let me.
Your wife's calling you, right?
No, my wife's not gonna call me. My wife will walk out here, knock on the door, and be like, "Actually, she won't." She's like, "So my wife stays."
You got her chained to the kitchen, right?
This is my wife is on a completely different schedule than I am. My wife will sleep till 10 in the morning. I get up at 5. I go to bed. If I'm not in bed by midnight, I am wrecked the next day. My wife stays up till 2:00 in the morning watching these weird Chinese soap operas.
Oh my God.
Korean a drama or something?
Huh?
Is it like Korean drama shows or is it just
No,
Chinese?
these are Chinese, like
Who gives a fuck about Chinese?
well, my wife is Chinese, so
Oh, well, that's okay. That's fair.
yeah. And so, she's just watching, and I don't watch because they're not in English. So I'm like, I don't understand what you're saying. So if I might as well finish out the hour. Cam's trying to get me in trouble. He's mad. I don't know what I did to Cam, but he's trying to get
Cam
me.
is a scorned woman, I think.
No, he's a dude.
Well, he's acting like a woman.
Nah. All right.
All right, Grid. Well, I'll let you get some shut eye. So thanks for having me up. It was awesome. Beth, nice to meet you.
Come back
Yeah,
anytime.
nice to meet you, Ben.
No show tomorrow. Won't be a show till Wednesday night.
I got you.
So,
all right. See you guys.
see you, man. Have fun. It'll be cool.
I'll get the hell out of your way too, so you can go to bed.
Yep. Ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate the awesome show tonight and all of the support from everyone. And I'm going to send you guys over to the Raging Tomato so you can see the dumpster fire debate and enjoy that. I am going to bed. You guys have a great time. I might pop in just for a minute over there, but other than that, I'm going to go to bed. Paper Bag Queen, first time I've seen you here. Please come back. Same as everyone else that Miggy Hypocrite. You've been commenting. Wade Boggs, I've seen you before. Everybody come back and have a good time. Wednesday night will be a great show. Until then, be cool, wear glasses if you need them, and get off my